Once upon a time, there was a girl named Zelda who lived her life like a real dog. In the beginning, everything was fine. She loved animals since she was little and dreamed of being a veterinarian. She lived in a good family and was also their favorite daughter. Before her dream finally came true, she managed to fail 3 times to get into university. Every time she told her parents about this, she felt like she was disappointing them greatly. They, in turn, did everything possible to support her, saying that next time she would definitely succeed. The following year, Zelda still managed to get into university, and as soon as she found out, she immediately rushed to tell her parents. The parents, without hiding their happiness, told her how proud they were of their daughter. Sometime later, her parents died in a car accident, leaving their daughter alone in this world. The girl couldn't believe what had happened, as she was left completely alone. Although it was terrible, she couldn't give up everything and surrender, because her parents invested a part of themselves in her dream. Every day she was busy working part-time and studying at university, and studying material. After hard training and graduation, Zelda finally became a veterinarian. But one day, the girl was on the roof of a veterinary clinic when she received terrible news. The man on the other end of the line told her that all the investments were gone. The girl screamed that she had put in the insurance money after her parents' death, so now she had no money. The man didn't listen to her and just hung up, but she kept screaming at him to give her the money back. She was deceived by a friend, so at one point she lost absolutely everything that was valuable in her life. And although she tried to survive, the world turned out to be too cruel, so she decided to commit suicide. It turned out not to be so easy, because when she woke up, she had become the desired wolf tamer. One day, her pupil said he had to repay the kindness of the lady who raised him. The boy immediately crawled towards her, taking off his shirt as he ran. But Zelda explained that she was taking care of him in exchange for a reward. Her pupil promised to reward her fully because she taught him to be grateful. When Zelda raised him, she never thought things would turn out like this. In the new world, she was a normal village girl named Alexa and worked as an assistant. The hotel owner shouted if her employee was shirking her work again. The girl told her that she had been working hard all day cleaning and never resting. The woman said sternly that she knew very well that her pupil was relaxing in his free time. The innkeeper ordered her to clean the main hall, and Alexa sighed deeply, not understanding why the day was so difficult. Hiding by the hotel door, the girl assured the hostess that she would do everything the next day. And the woman complained that she had to plow like a horse instead of her worker. Closing the door behind her, Alexa waited for the woman to leave, thinking about why things were as they were. She reasoned that although she was working part-time at a hotel, in her previous life, her job was completely different. The girl remembered very well that her name was Zelda, and that she once worked as a veterinarian. Just as she had always dreamed, her life was not sweet at all, so she committed suicide. But when she thought everything was over, a strange voice spoke to her. He asked if she could hear him, and if she could answer his questions. In a moment, she shouted so loudly that Zelda jumped up and immediately began answering his questions. The voice was glad to have woken up and offered to quickly bring her up to speed. He said that after death, people go to the world of the dead, but it happens that some like her end their lives prematurely. And the first law of the world of the dead was that dying prematurely is not accepted. The voice told her that she would now spend the rest of her sentence in another life. He added that her original life was supposed to end in a year, but now she will go to the right place. After which, he would come to see how she was doing. Zelda was outraged because he could not adequately explain to her what exactly happened. Her questions were not heard when the mysterious voice disappeared, but there was a book next to her. Upon opening the book, the girl realized that she had once read this short story about the training of the heir of the great Duke's wolf. The book in her hands began to glow, causing Zelda to drop it on the floor, and unable to resist the mysterious force. Rays of magic enveloped her, after which she found herself directly in the plot of a novel she once read. After such a strange series of events, the girl found herself in the body of Alexa, who was a minor heroine. A month has passed since she found herself in this strange place, so she is already accustomed to local life. Many villagers knew her, and Zelda remembered from the novel that Alexa was an orphan, but she managed well on her own. But the problem was the end of the story. In the original story, the main character is Isildus Tertian, the heir of the great Duke Tertian, in whom the blood of the wolf family flows. But until the age of 16, he had to live disguised as a beast. For the first time in 150 years, A child with pure wolf blood was born, but the Great Duke was not a good father, and he also didn't know how to get along with animals, so the main character ran away from home. Alexa accidentally picked him up on the street when she saw a snow-white tail sticking out of the bushes. It was pouring rain, so there was no way she could leave her new friend outside. The girl had to find the main character and bring him home, after which she would take care of him and raise him like a real puppy. In the original story, a year later, the supporting character Alexa was accused of kidnapping the Great Duke's heir. So one of the knights stabbed her with a sword, causing her to die in agony. The prince, restored to his human form, meets the Great Duke's maiden and falls in love, followed by a happy ending. Zelda couldn't understand why they had to stab her with a sword, because she just wanted to help the puppy. The girl tried hard to live this life happily, no matter what character she had, and the fate that awaited her. She firmly decided that she no longer wanted to repeat the mistakes of her past life, and above all, she didn't want to die. Every day when she returned home, she saw a happy snow-white puppy, sadly waiting for her from work. As soon as she crossed the door, the little animal ran to meet her to receive a dose of tenderness from her and care. Alexa always hugged him tightly, while the puppy happily licked her face. She tried with all her might to avoid her destiny, so she did not try to find the main character. But nothing worked out for her. The puppy was very active, sweet and fun, and he also loved having his ears scratched. Every night, Alexa pleased him with portions of cuddles and scratches all over his body. While hugging him tightly, she kept telling him he was a very cute puppy. So if being cute was a sin, then he was a ferocious dog. Seeing a video of him wagging his tail in happiness, the girl assumed that he liked it too. So she promised that she would never forget him. The cheerful dog smiled happily and barked softly, confirming her words that they would always be together. Alexa promised to take good care of him and make him a loyal friend who couldn't live without her. Now her plan was to tame the puppy and then live a happy and carefree life. After changing clothes, the girl took the leash to take the puppy for a walk on the street. Every time she went out, Alexa trained her dog a little. As soon as she was ready, she gave him the first command to lie down, after which the puppy quickly lay down on the floor. The second command was to stand up, after which her charge began to run happily in circles. The third command was to give a paw, and after correctly completing all tasks, the puppy received a dose of hugs from its owner. During this walk, they were observed by a boy who immediately ran towards them after the puppy followed all the commands. The boy enthusiastically talked about how the dog did everything she told him, and the rest of the people watched them with admiration. Another child asked his mother for the same dog, to which she replied that she already had enough of one animal in her life. Alexa thought that nobody even knew how much time she had spent taming him. The puppy learned to give a paw only after 81 tries, but her efforts were worth the admiring looks. The boy cheerfully asked what such a wonderful puppy was called. The girl thought for a moment, because she had never thought about what to name him. After all, he was the heir to the Great Duke, but that name disguised as a puppy didn't suit him. Looking again at the cheerful pupil, she thought he was too cute for such a formidable name, so I decided to choose according to my taste. While she was thinking, the puppy constantly circled around her, waiting for her to give him a name. Alexa decided to give him a cute name, so she told everyone that the puppy's name was Happy. The children were delighted with such an extraordinary name, after which they asked if they could pet the puppy. The man who was watching them was horrified by the name the girl gave to his master. Looking at them, the other man covered his face with his hand, not expecting it to be like this. The white-haired knight said he couldn't believe this puppy was really Suisildus. While they were talking, the girl continued to play with her puppy, who was very happy to spend time with her. Two knights remembered their master when he lived in a castle where he constantly ate and destroyed everything. He drove the servants hysterical because he always broke expensive objects in his path. One day, the butler discovered that his pupil had also run away from home. Like a real animal, everyone believed that wild nature could not be tamed, because the wolf always remains a wolf. Now the second knight said that his master's behavior greatly surprised him. He added that judging by his movements and appearance, the puppy was indeed Isildus. The man said that they should both admit that the young lady had perfectly tamed the wild wolf. He also recalled that, one way or another, their task was to return Isildo to the Duke's property as soon as possible. Before starting the operation, he ordered that Lord Burston be informed of everything. 3 days later, Alexa and the puppy were walking again at night through a crowded market. The girl was a little embarrassed, that she had died long ago due to the accusation of stealing the heir. According to the plot of the story, around this time, the Duke's knights began visiting villages to bring their master home. For several days, she had seen many people in the form of knights wandering around, who constantly questioned those around them, so she believed they would soon find her. Wondering if nobody really needed her, the girl involuntarily stopped in the middle of the street. The puppy immediately began to jump around her, so she quickly returned to reality. And she wondered if he was enjoying the walk so much. Taking him in her arms, Alexa hugged Happy tightly, thinking about how sweet he was. It seemed to her that she had done everything possible to make the knights finally notice him. Not understanding why no one had come yet, the girl suggested that perhaps she had confused something with the dates. Suddenly, the puppy, who was lying with his muzzle on her shoulder, began to growl softly, expressing his indignation. As soon as he started barking loudly, Alexa asked in horror what was wrong with him. The puppy started wriggling out of her hands, clearly about to attack someone walking behind them. Suddenly, a rough male voice announced that she was holding a very cute puppy. The girl quickly turned to see whose voice that exactly was. In front of her was a man who politely bowed to her and apologized if he had scared her, after which he introduced himself, saying his name was Birchen. He added that he had recently lost his dog, which looked very much like hers. Alexa didn't understand who he was and why he was dressed so strangely. And in the meantime, the man asked if he could look at her puppy. The girl suddenly realized that a person from the Duke's family had finally come to her, so she asked them if they really needed Happy. A stranger in a cloak observing them in silence reported that something strange was happening. He clearly saw in front of him a red-haired girl with blue eyes, and also that she owned a snow-white wolf puppy with blue eyes. The stranger clearly understood that this was the same wolf from the Terzan family, so he decided to send a message to his boss. A black crow materialized in his hand from fire magic, with the help of which he transmitted a message. The man ordered the bird to fly to the wizard's tower because events were happening that should not have happened. He also asked him to convey that it would be necessary to change absolutely the entire plan due to inconsistencies in the plot. At the same time, Alexa asked how he knew that her puppy was actually Birchen's dog. To this question, the man pulled out a portrait of a small puppy from his jacket, saying that he always carries it with him. He said that he captured him as a child, after which he asked if they really didn't look alike. The man stated sternly and confidently that Alexa had his snow-white dog. The girl realized that the image was indeed Isildis, but it would be strange for her to reveal it immediately, so she said that it meant nothing. She added that no matter what portrait he showed her, it was very difficult to take his word for it. And besides, up until that moment, she had been taking care of him. With a sweet face, Alexa asked him if he dared to take away her only happiness. Looking at him severely, she decided for herself that she would do anything in this life. The Duke's heirs detectives had several paths they could use to achieve their goal. The first way was to capture Isildis, and for that they needed to kill Alexa and the whole village with her. The second option was for the guards to forcibly take the puppy away to return home. The third way was the most optimistic, because in it, the girl and the puppy headed to the Great Duke's estate. Now Alexa hoped that the guards who came would not choose the first path. The man thought for a moment and said he had a suggestion, and then said that he didn't know if the puppy had run away because he was very small, or because no one at home could take good care of him. Smiling cheerfully, Birchen said that to prevent this from happening again, she should move to his estate. Deep down, she was infinitely happy about the turn of events in the plot, but she calmly asked him out loud if he was really offering for her to move in with him. The man said that he would officially hire her for the estate so that his friend would not be taken away, and that if she took good care of him, she would be rewarded. Alexa understood that it was too early to agree, so she explained that she was quite happy with her job at the hotel. Birchen thought about it and wondered aloud if she was really happy working at the hotel. After thinking, he said he was willing to offer her a salary 100 times higher than what she was currently receiving. The girl thought it was a good deal because it was supposed to be a large sum of money. She reasoned that there were still 2 years left before Isildis turned human. Then she suggested that if during this time she managed to earn money in the Duke's family, that money would be enough to live a comfortable life in the village. So now Alexa has said that she agrees if there is no other option, although her puppy is not particularly happy about it. Hearing her answer, the man immediately shouted for her to follow him, to which she asked him to wait a little. She was worried if something would happen to the village when she abandoned it. Burchin was very surprised by this question, so he asked her what she meant. In the original story, Burchin and the knights massacred the entire village to capture Isolde. Although the story had changed, she still wanted to make sure that none of that would happen. So she reminded him that there were scary men walking around the village, dressed in the same uniform as him. Burchin remained silent for a while, because he was trying to understand if she had really seen the knights. He couldn't believe that such a young lady noticed the knights and felt that they were watching the village. But he said out loud that it was some kind of misunderstanding, because they had no reason to wander around such a quiet village. To which she, embarrassed, said that it was most likely just her imagination. At the same time, Happy began to squirm restlessly out of her hands and growl nervously towards the man. Burchin told her not to call him Happy in the future, because it was better to call him by his real name. Alexa indignantly asked what the real name of her snow-white puppy was. The man practically called him Isolde, but realized his mistake in time. So he said his name was Issy. The girl immediately realized that he really didn't like the fact that she called the Great Duke's heir Happy. As she let go of the puppy on the floor, she agreed that the masculine version of the name sounded much better. Satisfied with himself, Burchin held out his hand to her and told her they had to leave. After his words, he looked at her mysteriously, and the girl understood from his look that he was also a difficult person. She was a little surprised that everything had developed so quickly, and now she should be heading to the castle. Having gathered courage, she answered the man affirmatively and thought that everything had not gone according to plan. But since she survived, then this is not bad, and she needs to continue in this spirit. Addressing the puppy, Alexa sweetly asked if he was ready to go home with her. Izzy happily ran towards the house, and she hoped he would be just as brave when he returned. As they left the village, the girl mentally said goodbye to everyone, because she really didn't have time to do so. Noticing her sad look, the man asked if everything was fine with her, to which she replied that she was fine. He told her she should have a little patience, because they would soon arrive at the place. Seeing the castle in the window, Burchin said it was a fortress of the northern border. They kept driving peacefully, and Alexa couldn't believe that very soon she would end up in the Tertian castle. As soon as they arrived, the man said this was the last castle of the northern border, which was also called the property of the Duke of Tertian. The girl was left speechless, because the castle was very different from the description and illustrations of the novel. The man offered to go inside, because the castle was even more beautiful inside, so she immediately ran inside. Burchin decided to clarify something beforehand, so he asked her if she remembered what he secretly told her in the carriage. Before arriving at the estate, he told her the Great Duke's secret, which said that all members of his family were somehow born with the blood of a wolf beast. He also said that her puppy was Isolde, the heir to the duchy, but the man didn't even suspect that she already knew all this. Therefore, now that she answered affirmatively, Burchin was glad to recall everything. And then he asked her if she really remembered his words after the secret. The girl answered affirmatively again, to what he said was difficult to understand immediately, but that she should be careful. Looking at her with a threatening gaze, the man added that the beast's blood enormously changes the human essence. Tertians are people only formally, but in essence, they are a bastion of wolves, and their life, instincts, movements, and habits are exactly like those of animals. So the estate could be considered a wolf pack. Burchin said that the Great Duke is known as an empire hero, so if word gets out that he is not human, there will be a big scandal. Looking at her angrily, he explained that she should remember his kind advice. He reminded her that if this secret got out of the estate, they could not guarantee her safety. Sensing her lover's tension, Izzy began to hiss and growl angrily at the man. Alexa sweetly told him not to worry, because she would keep her promise. Burchin asked the butler to show the newcomer around the castle. At the same time, a knight approached him and wanted to tell him important news. The boy began to report that they searched the young lady's house, but only found chicken remains mixed with yellow pollock, and there was nothing else of interest. Assuming this strange combination was their master's food, the man ordered the cook to cook according to the same recipe. Seeing her go into the castle, Burchin said that if Isolde listened to her, then she could be allowed into the palace. Although he didn't believe that a simple person could tame a wolf, seeing how she affectionately hugged the puppy, he reasoned that she still didn't understand what to do with her master, so they would let her stay at the castle for the time being. Upon entering, Alexa was very confused and surprised to be greeted by many servants. The maids and butlers greeted her and told her that they were servants of the Terzian family, and that from now on they would serve her. The girl was pleasantly surprised and said that the castle looked beautiful on the outside, but that inside it was even better. One of the butlers shouted that the young master had returned, so they should show him respect and greet him. All the servants bowed their heads at once and started shouting that they greeted their majesty. The young master, Bertrand, reminded her that he had told her that these were the servants who initially took care of Ceresildus, so they would help her now. Among them, she noticed an unknown boy who was dressed completely differently. Alexa involuntarily noticed that the boy was not much younger than her and reminded her a lot of someone. Looking at Bertrand, she realized that this boy was his son, who would soon be in the plot of the novel. As soon as she thought of this, Izzy immediately started growling loudly and biting the guy standing there. The girl couldn't understand what had happened for him to start behaving so aggressively, because before he had never barked like that. The butler sadly explained that he always behaved like this in the castle, which greatly surprised Alexa. Burson said that their master never loved them and always behaved like this. The girl thought that maybe the puppy simply didn't like people, but then she decided that now she clearly understood why all the servants were so depressed. Realizing that she could no longer listen to these loud barks, she sharply shouted at the puppy and ordered him to stop the farce. Suddenly, Izzy fell silent, and all the servants and the butler were amazed that she had subdued him so easily. Dropping the puppy on the floor, the girl asked him if she had really taught him to behave like this towards people. Alexa explained that this is his family, so in the future they will live with them. But if he continues to behave like this, then she will stop hugging him. When she said that she also wouldn't look at him and call him cute, Izzy almost cried puppy tears. But when she added that she wouldn't give him treats either, this completely unsettled the puppy. The little animal sat timidly on the floor, lowering its head, and felt all the consequences that awaited him if he disobeyed her. The cheerful girl turned to the servants and told them that, since he had calmed down, they could continue looking around the estate. Inspired, the cheerful servants began to invite her to look at other rooms. Throughout this time, Bierschen held a notebook and a pen in his hands, taking notes of the rearing methods used by the young lady. After a while, the butler asked the servants if they had arranged everything for the new guest's comfortable stay, to which they answered affirmatively. He thanked them and then asked if everyone saw what happened in the main hall. The servants began to say that they couldn't believe that the young lady was able to calm down their restless master. One of them said that Isildis bit him every time for any word, so everything that happened in the main hall was almost a miracle for him. The servants fell to the floor and shouted that the gods had finally heard them, to which the butler said that they needed to make the most of this blessing. Wiping the tears from his face, he calmly added that they should not relax yet. The man added that this was the first time a stranger had entered the estate, and that he would also live here, so they should be careful with guests. Pointing his finger at one of them, the butler sternly threatened that from now on it is strictly forbidden to howl in the middle of the night. When one of the servants explained to him that the howling season had begun at night, the man said it wasn't because he didn't want to. Lowering his voice, he said that if Mrs. Alexa was scared of them and ran away, then Lord Isildis would terrify them again. As soon as the servants imagined such a result, they immediately realized that it was really worth saving Mrs. Alexa. They were covered in cold sweat. Everyone felt a terrible fear, which made them tremble throughout their bodies. One of the servants said it was the first time they had found someone who could handle the master, so they should treat her well. Everyone firmly decided that they must do everything possible to make sure she never left them. And at that moment, the girl was still waiting for her drink. A few days later, Alexa and Izzy were able to walk calmly in the park, where servants cheerfully brought them drinks and food. The maid said that she brought them cookies for afternoon tea, which they make themselves, so they are very tasty. The girl turned to the maid walking towards them, and then asked if it was really afternoon tea. Smiling sweetly, Alexa sincerely thanked her for bringing them food. Upon tasting the homemade cookies, the girl said they were really very delicious. When she agreed to live on the estate, she thought she would be treated badly there, but she was greeted with special kindness and hospitality, giving her good clothes, treating her with delicious food, and also giving her her own room. By chance, she lived as if she were from an aristocratic family, so she enjoyed every minute spent on the estate. Alexa suddenly remembered that she had torn her dress again while playing with the puppy, which she informed the maid about. The girl apologized for being so clumsy, to which the maid said that they were ready to sew her dresses every day. She said that before they had to paint and sew the walls of the estate every day. Her master tore and threw away absolutely everything he saw in front of him. That's why they now constantly carry a sewing kit. The maid cheerfully commented that a dress was as simple as peeling pears, so she could have fun and not worry about it. Alexa noticed that her puppy really didn't give them any trouble, to which the maid said that thanks to the young lady, everything had become calmer, so she asked her never to leave them. Birchton observed everything that was happening from his office, who still couldn't get used to having a person live with them. There was a sudden knock on the door, so the man was distracted from his thoughts. Turning around when he heard the call, he saw Taran and allowed him into his office. Taran burst and brought his father a report that was handed to him by the night order. While his father studied all the information recorded in the report, his son waited obediently nearby. After a while, he asked why this was necessary, to which his father said that they were investigating Alexa's case. Taran confirmed that he had already met the young lady, so he didn't understand why the report was necessary. The man said that he shared the same blood with Lord Isildus, but they couldn't tame him, and she fixed it very quickly. He added that his wolf clan did not accept humans, and that the direct heir of wolf blood has a very wild disposition, which makes him difficult to tame, so he tried to find wolf blood in his pedigree. Birchton said that, although the investigation had yielded nothing so far, they still had to find out exactly how she managed to tame his master. And after that, they would have to deal with her to be able to keep her secret. The man ordered his son that, when he was not on the estate, she could not be allowed to leave, and that she also had to be watched. The boy obediently announced that he would follow his father's orders at all costs. He added with confidence that he would do everything possible to watch her. That same night, Alexa and Issy snuck into the kitchen area looking for some food. The puppy barked silently, to which the girl whispered to him not to make noise so they wouldn't be exposed. The two of them ate too many cookies, so they missed dinner, but now they were very hungry. A strong feeling of hunger drove them to sneak into the kitchen looking for food. Alexa put her finger to her lips and whispered to Issy to sit quietly while she prepared something. While checking what was in the pantry, a stranger suddenly approached her and touched her shoulder with his finger. The girl was very scared. She quickly turned around and involuntarily screamed very loudly. Once calmed down, she looked at the stranger and then asked who he was. In front of her was Taran, who had recently promised his father that he would not take his eyes off his guest. The boy took her hand because he was afraid that she would fall from fright, and Alexa. Meanwhile, she remembered that they had already met him. Noticing that he was holding her hand, Izzy started growling quietly so that she would pay attention to him. As soon as he started talking to the puppy, he immediately calmed down, and she thought about what Taran was doing in the kitchen. Taran was the son of the Birchton family, and in the novel, he was a very close friend of the main character. He helped her manage the Tertian property, and thanks to him, she became the head of the housemaids. And then the Duchess. According to the plot, at age 15, Taran is captured by mercenaries who attack the duchy, where he loses his left eye. Alexa understood that she could not allow this, because he was still very young, so she decided to ask him how old he was. The boy was a little embarrassed by this question, but still said that he had turned 14. The girl noticed that he was younger than her, so she suggested that he call her older sister. Putting the puppy on the floor, Alexa asked her new friend if he would eat with them. The boy didn't immediately understand the essence of the question, so he asked again if she had correctly understood what she was offering him. The girl said that they decided to go eat something secretly at night, after which she asked him if he wanted to come with them. Upon hearing such a question, Izzy immediately started growling desperately again, trying to distract his attention from his potential rival. Alexa stopped his howling and told him that if he continued to complain, she would send him back to the room. Leaving the children alone, she went to the oven and told them to sit quietly while she fried the eggs. As soon as she turned around, Izzy immediately started growling quietly at Taran, showing with his whole appearance that he did not like him. The boy, meanwhile, thought that he had followed her because she had left the room so suddenly at night. But now he understood why everyone called her a good person. And in the meantime, the girl said that soon everyone would eat. After a while, she treated them to fried eggs, rice, and some meat, after which her two friends began to devour both cheeks. At that moment, Birchton had approached the kitchen and was wondering what the three of them were doing in the kitchen at night. Looking at them, he couldn't understand how the young lady managed to get Isildo first and then his son. He knew that Taran was always cautious and, in his memory, had never accepted gifts from other people. But this unexpected fairy tale girl managed to get along with two wolves at once. The next day, the girl trained her puppy and told him that he had to do everything she had taught him. Alexa confidently assured him that if he succeeded, she would give him a prize. Izzy was completely focused on completing the task because he really wanted to get a reward. As soon as his owner told him to make a heart, he immediately ran into the hands she held out to him. Representing a heart, Taran applauded her in surprise, and the girl talked about what a good boy the puppy was. Alexa said she was a little distracted by Izzy, after which she asked her new friend if he was bored, to which he replied that it was an entertaining show. He added that it was very fun to play with her, because he had never seen anyone train his master before, to which she replied that she also enjoyed playing with him. A maid entered the room and said that Mr. Birchton was calling her for an urgent matter. Turning to the maid who had entered, the girl tried to understand why Birchton decided to call her. The man took a sip of tea and said that 2 weeks had already passed since she moved in with them. Alexa, embarrassed, confirmed his words and then asked why he called her. He explained that he was grateful that she had been taking care of the master all this time, and that he would have learned from her how to handle him, so with that, her task was complete, and she could be free. The girl perfectly understood that this was exactly what would happen, but she did not expect it to happen so quickly. She hoped they would all stay together until Isildis turned human. Now Alexa finally realized that these were just her stupid fantasies. The girl asked him if he was going to kick her out now, to which Birchton explained that he was not going to kick her out. He added that he simply wanted to offer her a more comfortable place to live, since around Tertian there were many excellent places where she could find work. She quickly realized that all this was so they could watch her, so she asked him when she needed to leave the estate, to which he replied that they had already prepared her new place of work, so she should leave immediately. When she returned with Taran and Izzy, the boy happily told her that the puppy no longer bit him. The girl couldn't say a word because she was very depressed by the news that she had to leave them so soon. The boy, fearfully, asked what happened and where she had been all this time. Alexa realized that she shouldn't talk about it, so she quickly shook off her bad mood, saying she had some things to do. It seemed right to her, because her current place belongs to the main character, so it was inevitable. The girl did not want to believe she would never see her snow-white puppy again. Hugging him tighter, Alexa looked into his blue eyes and asked him to forgive her. She begged him to eat well and not get sick, to which the puppy happily barked, agreeing to her request. A week after Alexa left, Isildis started making a fuss again. The puppy again started destroying everything, driving all the servants hysterical, and then scattered remains all over the castle. The servants tried to punish him using the young lady's methods, but it had no effect. For a long time, Birchton couldn't understand where he went wrong, because they did everything as it should be. The man looked at his distraught son, and then decided to ask him why the puppy was behaving that way. He realized that not only did his master start behaving strangely, but his son had also stopped eating recently. Clenching his fist, the boy suggested that Isildis simply missed his sister Alexa. After a short pause, he added that he also missed the way she cooked rice for him. The man shouted that he could ask any chef to prepare that dish for him, but both of them still missed this girl. Taran did not know at all how to respond to such threatening words from his father, so he simply remained silent. Suddenly, one of the servants shouted to the master to help him because he couldn't handle the puppy. The maid sweeping the floor said that Lord Isildis destroyed the entire wardrobe. Taran watched the poor servants asking Lord Bearston for help. Everyone asked him for help out loud, and the man thought about how one simple girl could tame such an evil wolf. The man sadly realized that they couldn't last even a week without her. The only thing he feared was the Duke's reaction to the fact that his son couldn't live without a stranger. And besides, she was human. But nevertheless, he was well aware that he could not win this war, so he would have to call the young lady back. After a while, the carriage brought Alexa back to the estate, where immediately all the inhabitants came to greet her. Easy was the first to run to her, jumping straight into her arms, which made the girl very happy. Hugging him, Alexa asked if he had forgotten her during the past week. Immediately, Taran ran up to them, who was also happy that his sister had returned, and the girl noticed that he had lost a little weight. Then the crippled servants approached them, who, with tears in their eyes, recounted how happy they were to see her. The last one to meet the young lady was Sir Bertrand, who greeted her dryly. He, sadly, reported that it was a disgrace to his self-confidence, after which he thanked her for agreeing to return. Averting his eyes from her, the man said breathlessly that he had rushed to make hasty conclusions. He added that Lady Alexa had become part of their heritage, so this would never happen again. Hearing these words, the girl was very happy to now be a full member of the family. Smiling at him, she suggested that he pretend like nothing had happened. Their conversation was interrupted by a knight, who was running as fast as he could, shouting that an urgent telegram had arrived. Having caught his breath, the boy explained that the news came from the surrounding villages. The knight loudly announced that the plague was rapidly spreading throughout the area. The man asked in horror who had told the knight that a plague was spreading through the villages. The guy said that the infection appeared out of nowhere, but that 30 people have already been infected, and all of them are children. In addition, he sadly and worriedly added that 5 of them are already dead. Bertrand ordered everyone to close off the villages and the estate, as the source of the infection had to be addressed first. So he ordered a consultation to be convened, as it was necessary to act quickly. Alexa thought for a moment that she had already read about this strange incident somewhere. Suddenly, the girl remembered that the novel described a disaster that occurred due to the plague. While the man was giving orders to the knights to call a reconnaissance team, the young lady interrupted him and said she needed to say something. Irritated and frightened, Bertrand rudely commented that now was not the time to talk. Alexa severely affirmed that she could help them get rid of the deadly infection. Looking at him confidently, she firmly stated that she had an idea of the cause of the spread of the disease. The man was very surprised that she knew the reason, because they had only just heard the news. The girl tried to assure him that, although she didn't know everything, she could help them. The epidemic began in a small settlement because the nearby river became blocked and gradually became contaminated. And since children often played in the river, they eventually became infected with bacteria from it. In the novel, the situation got out of control. There were more and more victims. It was then that Selena, the main protagonist, appeared and stopped the infection and saved everyone. Alexa understood that if she changed the course of history, something might go wrong. But at the same time, she couldn't just wait silently. Therefore, she now informed Bertrand that it was necessary to check the Terzian forest. She explained that she had recently read that disease outbreaks were often caused by water. The girl said that if we assume the disease appeared because of the water, only the children who could play in that water got infected. At the end of her speech, she explained that she had once heard that there was a river in the Terzian forest. After her words, everyone suddenly fell silent. The knights and Bertrand were completely astonished by her assumption. The man was the first to break the silence, saying that this could indeed be the case, because now is the swimming season, so the children probably went there. Alexa felt embarrassed to be praised, even though she only learned about it from the novel. Returning from her thoughts, she also suggested that they bring trained healers to conduct a survey. Because with freedom, everything might not be so simple. The man immediately ordered the knights to gather a detachment with scouts and healers to study the river. As soon as the knights left, Bertrand looked at the young lady in surprise, amazed at how she could have suggested such a thing. After a while, a council gathered in Terzian's negotiation room, where one man proposed a plan to compensate the parents of the dead children. His speech was interrupted by a knight who entered, saying that intelligence had sent them their report. He said that, as Lady Alexa said, everything was in the river water, so they cordoned off the entire river so that no one else would get infected directly. All the men jumped up from the table and began to shout that now it was necessary to heal all the children as quickly as possible. Bertrand wearily put his hand on his face. He calmly wondered that, after all, she was right and then asked if there were any other urgent issues. The knight who entered handed the man a sheet of paper, telling him that this was another important announcement for the council. Bertrand took a piece of paper from the man's hands and said that some believe that this incident is an excellent opportunity to introduce new hygiene standards for the entire region. After reading it, he ordered the guy to tell all the knights to help clean up the city. As soon as the boy left the negotiation room, Bertrand turned to the council in session. There was an awkward pause, which was interrupted by a man asking what everyone thought about it. One of them jumped up and said that there was nothing to think about, but that it was necessary to introduce new rules immediately, because they had relied on the instincts of wolves for too long. Another agreed with him and said that the problem had been obvious for a long time, so it was necessary to fix it. And a third said that there was lots of garbage in the city that could not be disposed of. Burton listened carefully and said that he agreed, but that he had a question about how they could solve it. Everyone present immediately collapsed because they had no idea how to implement all this. Unexpectedly, one of them proposed creating hygiene rules that people used. Another replied that none of them knew what hygiene rules people had. All three had headaches from this thought, so they fell silent and continued to sit in their seats. Burton thought for a moment, after which a wonderful idea occurred to him on how they could solve this problem. He said that since they started talking about it, it was time to introduce Alexa. The men asked him if he really meant the girl who takes care of the great Duke's son. Burton admitted that only thanks to her, they were able to find the source of the disease. After which he said that she should also be called to the consultation. The rest of the council members began to protest, saying that she was just lucky, because she was just a small girl. Burton explained to them that he himself thought so until recently, but then asked them why they shouldn't trust her even once. After barely a couple of minutes, maids brought Alexa to a consultation, which greatly worried the girl. The maid tried to calm her down, telling her that thanks to her, the outbreak of the disease was stopped. Another suggested that the council wanted to thank her and invite her to a ball in her honor. The maid said that all the city administrators were present at this meeting. They decided that they would try to help Lady Alexa in every way they could, so that she would not be afraid, because no one would harm her. The girl was very moved by such care, so she sincerely thanked them, saying that now she was not afraid. As soon as she entered the meeting room, Burton happily introduced her to everyone present. Oleg held the puppy in his arms, but still managed to gracefully bow to the council. The brave girl told everyone that her name was Alexa and that she was delighted to meet them. Burton gently nudged her toward the table where the indignant men were sitting. They all looked as if they did not want to see the young lady among them at all. Alexa couldn't understand why there was such a strange and distrustful atmosphere in the room. The girl involuntarily thought if she should have come to this meeting. Burton immediately approached the chair. He pushed it back and then invited Alexa to sit at the table. He explained that they called her for consultation because they needed advice on a matter. One of the men began to wonder why he treated the girl with so much respect, and the other stated that such a young girl could not help them. The men whispered quietly, but their conversation was perfectly audible, not only because of Izzy's wolf hearing, but also for Alexa. The girl tried to hide her emotions, thinking that she found herself in a hall with a very unpleasant atmosphere. One of the men later stated that this was a meeting of the managers of the Tertian family, so no one could participate in it, no matter how useful she was. Another said in horror that they had never asked for human help, and a third reasoned that since she had already arrived, there was no point in kicking her out. The puppy jumped from the girl's hands onto the table, showed its teeth, and began to growl loudly at the men sitting opposite. It took only a moment before Isildis ran off and attacked the first man he encountered. Alexa immediately shouted at him to stop, after which the puppy immediately braked before he could reach the goal. The girl told him to calm down and come back to her, because nothing threatened his life. Izzy looked at her pitifully and then slowly walked toward his lover. Upon reaching her, he immediately found himself in her arms and she began to caress him, telling him that he only wanted to protect her. The young lady praised her protector, and the men watched bewilderedly at everything that was happening. Burton asked if it was pleasant for them to escape the master's wrath with the help of the girl they treated so much. One of the council members, who was the target of the puppy's attack, reported that he himself had raised the master before, but this was not successful. Trying not to lose pride, the man said that there was nothing special about it. Burton told the young lady that only rude people had gathered at this table, and then he asked her to forgive them. He added that it was worth discussing everything with her separately, and then said that they had a question about how to implement hygiene in their city. Alexa was stunned by such a question because she did not expect them to turn to her at all. The man explained that after the incident with the river, they decided that it was worth cleaning up their entire region. And since she came from a city of people, maybe she had some ideas about it. After listening to him carefully, the girl was delighted to have finally discovered the reason why she was called. Seeing the joy on her face, one of the council members said that Burton should first hear her opinion. The man shouted that this important topic must first be discussed with the administrators of these lands, and one person does not have the right to express their ideas. Without listening to him to the end, Alexa quickly suggested that all the garbage should first be incinerated. The entire council was amazed by the speed of her idea, which they couldn't even think of. The girl thought that there was no point in trying to convince them, because she knew in advance what needed to be done. For the moment, everything was going according to the plot of the novel, as the Tertian family overcame the epidemic. And now they ask the heroine to help them so that this does not happen again, so Selena offered them a way out. Alexa said that they should collect all the garbage in a separate place and incinerate it so that nature would not suffer harm, and their residents would remain healthy. There was an awkward silence in the room, as the entire council pondered her idea of incinerating the trash. The girl suggested hiring people who would collect all the garbage from the streets and houses, and then take it to a separate place where she could burn it, but this method would release a lot of harmful gases. One of the council members asked how they would need to incinerate all the garbage. Alexa suggested hiring special mages who would process the garbage and form electricity from it, which people use instead of magic. The men were delighted that they could not only get rid of the garbage, but also obtain an energy source. Immediately, they began ordering the knights to gather all possible mages for this operation. Everyone present forgot a little, as this idea was proposed by none other than the young lady. Birchen approached her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and reminded everyone that they had forgotten something. The man threateningly asked them what else they should do before going to get rid of the trash. One of the council members said that he apologized for his impudence because he was biased towards her, and it was his mistake. After these words, all the men bowed their heads in front of her and said that they were very grateful to her for her help. Alexa was very surprised that everything turned out exactly as described in the novel. Returning to reality, the girl informed them that they could stop bowing because everything was fine. Birchen said confidently that she was extremely intelligent for her young age, and he hoped that in the future she would show her intelligence. The girl agreed with his words and then suggested that she could no longer help them. After these words, the council released her, and as soon as she went out the door, the maids immediately ran towards her with questions. Alexa asked if they were really waiting for her, to which the girls replied that they would never leave her. One of them asked if she had been rewarded, to which the girl replied that they had a completely different reason. The second maid offered to reward her herself, as they had prepared her favorite snacks. All this time, Oleg blindly followed the plot of the novel, being a completely insignificant character. That's why he feared that one day, like at work, he would have to suffer a terrible death. But now everything has completely changed, because everyone around her supported her, and they said they wouldn't leave her. The Tertian family council greatly thanked her for the help and advice given. Taran and Isildis became so fond of her that they couldn't imagine a day without her. As she walked through the halls of the estate, the girl knew very well that she was now treated like a noblewoman. Alexa happily told the puppy that they could truly be together until he turned human, because she defied fate and changed her future. A few months later, Taran entered her room and looked for her everywhere. Seeing her stop near the window, he asked if she was really admiring the snowfall, to which the girl replied that she was simply lost in thought, so she didn't hear the knock. Taran asked her if something was bothering her, to which she replied negatively. Alexa cryptically said that she was very interested to know what fate held for her. The girl knew very well that she should have died on the day the Great Duchy arrived. But to her surprise, autumn passed and then winter passed, after which a beautiful spring arrived. So now she enjoyed every day, happy to have survived. During this time, the puppy grew a little, but remained mischievous and only obeyed its owner. One day they went for a walk in the park, where he again started trampling flowers. Alexa scolded him, but couldn't hide her joy for having lived in the castle for 6 months. The girl was truly happy to finally be able to stay with her puppy, and Izzy was even happier about that. Taking him by the front paws, she told him she wanted to see how much he had grown. Lifting him, the girl noticed that he had become very heavy, so she could no longer hold him in her arms. Taran approached them, who had also grown and matured noticeably, and Alexa asked them if it was over. The boy said he just needed to complete documents, so he quickly did so. Alexa stood on tiptoes to pat her friend on the head, while saying what a great guy he was for helping his father. When she realized she could no longer reach the top of his head, she couldn't help but wonder when he had managed to grow so much. In her opinion, in winter they were the same height as him, and the puppy also grew much faster than she expected. Wolf blood flowed in them, so they grow much faster than ordinary people. Noticing the confusion on her face, Taran became embarrassed and asked what had happened. Alexa quickly collected herself, looked away from him, and said that none of that had happened. Seeing how sweetly they were communicating, Easy started growling indignantly, saying with his whole appearance that he didn't like it. At the same time, two strangers dressed in tuxedos watched them from behind a tree. The younger of them reported that Zelda, or now Alexa, should have died a long time ago. Another began to shout that he had warned the newcomer not to send souls to unfinished worlds, to which he replied that this was the only free world. The guy shouted that unfinished measures constantly changed, and that Zelda was supposed to die in a year. But this did not happen. They appear with a single purpose, to find the souls of people who died prematurely, after which they send these souls to other worlds to spend this time before death. But now things were different, because the newcomer mistakenly sent Zelda to an unfinished world. The newcomer was still realizing the gravity of the situation that happened because of him. While Alexa and Taran were talking about what might have happened to Issy, the two strangers argued loudly that they could not take this soul away now. The newcomer said that Alexa definitely had to die, as he checked this before sending Zelda to this world, to which his partner replied that in this world fate can be changed, so she became a character who would live for a long time. The frightened newcomer suggested simply killing her, to which the other replied that if they interfere with the laws of the universe of destiny, they could create even more problems. Looking at the cheerful Alexa and Izzy, he added that they no longer influence fate. The guy explained that now her whole life depends solely on the will of this lost soul. He patted the newcomer on the head and ordered him to return and prepare a report. In response to his question about what would happen now, the main partner said that they would simply wait patiently until she finally died. At the same time, Alexa felt a strange cold breeze, but she didn't dwell on it. She simply asked what her friend was talking about. Taran reminded her that he had asked her to find out if there was a maid named Selena on the estate, but he reported that he hadn't found anyone with that name. In response to his question why he needed her, the girl said that she was a friend of her friend, who told her that Selena works here. The boy promised that he would do his best to find this girl, and Alexa thought that Selena had disappeared somewhere. It was Selena who all this time took care of the future duke, who would make her his duchess. Be that as it may, it is she who becomes Isildur's main interest, so the happy ending of this story is simply impossible without her. Alexa wondered what could have prevented her from showing up at the estate at the right time. She reasoned that Isildur would turn human in a year and a half, after which she would have to leave, so she was very anxious for Selena to finally come. With tears in her eyes, the girl told the puppy that he was the closest person to her, so he shouldn't forget her. Taran asked why she repeated it so many times so that he wouldn't forget her. Smiling, Alexa said that she was told that after returning to human form, wolves forget their childhood. The girl said she would be very sorry, but her puppy would forget her anyway. Hearing this, Taran declared that he would always remember her, which slightly surprised Alexa and greatly angered Izzy. The boy affectionately explained to her that he would always remember all the time they spent together. She couldn't say a word because she didn't expect to hear such words from her friend. Her puppy became noticeably agitated, clearly jealous of his owner for his rival, so he started smiling at Taran. At that moment, a maid approached them, saying that she had been looking for her all over the estate. Sitting down with them, the maid explained that Lord Birchton was looking for her, and that he wanted to talk to her about something. The boy noticed that his father is nowhere without his sister, because her advice is worth more than gold. Saying goodbye to her, he told her that the matter was most likely serious, so they could have tea later. When the maid took her away, she waved goodbye to him and told him they would see each other soon. While the puppy couldn't stop getting angry at his opponent, Alexa wondered if they would really stay in the park. After a while, the girl entered Bearson's office, who apologized for calling her so suddenly. Smiling friendly, he said he needed some advice from her about Tertian. The man asked her if she had enough on the estate, to which she replied that they took very good care of her. Sitting on the sofa, Birchton said that she had helped them much more, after which he decided to get down to business and ordered the knight next to him to show her the map. He added that this is a map of mineral extraction on their lands, but recently they looked at it from a different angle, and they would like to know her opinion about it. Next to the map was the black onyx, which was extremely popular among aristocrats, so she immediately understood what it would be about. On the map, there was wasteland near the Tertian family lands, and at the beginning of the novel, it is mentioned that this is a deserted steppe. But when the whole continent was ravaged by an epidemic of unprecedented proportions, there was only one way to cure this infection with the help of the Gabina plant, which sprouted only in that area. The emperor bought this land from the Tersans, so these plants were never used, which is why thousands of people died. That is why, now that Alexa knew all the consequences, she firmly decided that she needed to buy this land at any cost. She loudly declared to Mr. Bierschen that they were obliged to buy this land and not give it to anyone. The man asked in surprise why they needed to buy such useless land. The girl drooped a little because she couldn't describe in words what might happen in the future. She suggested that the emperor's family was the first to say they would buy this land. Bierschen told her that they had contacted him to help the great duke with these lands, and he thought it was a gesture of goodwill, because in this way they would save themselves from costly wastelands. She was very sad because only she knew the plot of the novel, because it said that the emperor actually hated the great Duke of Tertian. Thiles is the emperor of the Temperchi Empire, a greedy man who coveted power, the wealth and lands of the great duke. He was an insidious, cruel, and terrible strategist who was ready to do anything to get what he wanted. Alexa understood that all the wolves in this estate were too kind and naive, so they could suffer the emperor's tyranny. Jumping up from her seat, the girl stated that she didn't know why they should buy land, but that it was necessary. She asked him to trust her this time, so the Terzian family is forced to buy the lands of Brumund. Alexa, in tears, begged Bierschen to believe her and buy these lands faster than the emperor. The man said that he understood her perfectly the first time, so she should calm down. He said quietly that she couldn't name the reason, but that the lands were very necessary. Bierschen remembered very well that all her advice was always useful, so now she must have her reasons. When he said they should try to do this, Alexa began to happily thank him. She said that she couldn't just ignore his request, because it was she who insisted on buying a ruby, which significantly replenished their treasury. The man remembered that at that time, he also did not understand why he should buy it. But in the end, it turned out that he was right. One of the knights said that the price of rubies had skyrocketed, so they became much richer than before. Reaching out his hand, he promised her that this time too he would trust her, to which she replied with gratitude, saying that she definitely would not regret it. Leaving the office, she was happy to have obtained a Gabina. She knew that it was necessary to develop a cure as soon as possible, because the emperor must not find out ahead of time. Because, judging by the novel, over time, the emperor would begin to put more and more pressure on Terzianov, and after Isildis turns human, everything will only get worse. Alexa was determined to protect her puppy from all the coming adversities. The girl rejoiced so much over her small victory that she didn't even notice how the maid approached her. Holding Issy in her arms, the maid told her that Lord Isildis missed her very much, after which the puppy immediately leaned into its owner's arms. The girl was very happy to have finally gotten rid of the naughty puppy, and then asked if the young lady could go to her room. Alexa said she wanted to ask her something, and then asked if she could help her. The maid was very happy to help her savior, so she said she would do anything. The girl asked her to get several branches of Gabina, to which she replied that she didn't know what it was, but that she would definitely bring it. As soon as she received the plant, Alexa immediately headed to the laboratory of the Tertian Institute. Handing the Gabina to the scientists, she begged them to study this plant for its medicinal properties. The maid asked why they were so indifferent to her pleas, and then asked them not to ignore the lady. One of the scientists said that this is an ordinary Gabina that has nothing to study. Alexa tried to convey the importance of the plant to them, saying that it is used in folk medicine, so she wondered if it had medicinal properties. The scientists were slightly interested in her words, so they said they would definitely try to find something. Inspired, the girl told them that this plant is effective against respiratory illnesses. Suddenly, a knight ran into the laboratory, shouting that she was right, and the epidemic was spreading in neighboring regions, and those who were sick showed the same symptoms in the form of coughing and colds, but they fell ill too quickly. As soon as the scientists heard this news, they immediately assumed that this herb would help stop the epidemic. Alexa simply smiled sweetly and handed the Gavina into the hands of the future saviors of the duchy. She told them that they did not have much time, so they needed to quickly study this plant. As soon as they left, the girl thought that the disease appeared faster than she thought, but it was not too late to create a cure. Turning to the maid, Alexa ordered her to bring even more gabina. At the same time, a council headed by the emperor gathered in the imperial palace, and a servant entered and announced that the Minister of Finance had arrived. All the people sitting at the table were silently trembling with fear, because they were very afraid of the emperor's anger. The emperor announced that finally everyone was gathered, so that the meeting could begin. Smiling mysteriously, he asked where they should start discussing the news. Holding a sprig of gabina in his hands, the emperor asked with interest if it was really about the pathetic branch. One of the ministers told him that this plant was found only in Brumand, and that it was also effective against the disease. Tiles asked mysteriously if he was right when he decided to buy the land. Smiling, he asked the Minister of Finance, who had entered, if they had not agreed earlier that the lands of Brumont would belong to the emperor. The man replied that they had talked about it, but at that time he had already sold it to the great Duke Turgeon. The emperor said that these wolves were pathetic creatures because they were stupid and impatient, and they only had enough brains to cleanse themselves with such plants. So it seemed strange to him that they could solve the epidemic problem so quickly. Clenching the gavina in his hand, he sternly said that none of them could have thought of this on their own, which means that something has changed among them. One of the ministers suggested that this was just a coincidence, because the animals could have accidentally found out. Tiles informed them that since ancient times, the Turgeon family could only fight. So this time, the Duke and his wife went to war, and many people supported them because of their exploits. He added that these people at least have some kind of pride, because even stupid animals have done more than officials. Tired, leaning on his arm, the emperor asked what the reaction of the other part of the empire would be. After strictly examining the ministers, he suggested that, after the next exploit of the great Duke Turgeon, the public would again decide that he would be a better emperor than him. One of the ministers jumped up and shouted that this was impossible, because the empire belonged only to him, and no one would dare claim the throne. The emperor rushed to this minister, after which he grabbed him by the tie and sharply pulled him toward him. When the minister was close to Tile's face, he declared that he was obliged to capture the Turgeon clan so that their strength, power, and wealth would become his. Looking at the official, the emperor explained that they should use all possible means, and impossible ones, to learn everything about their rivals in order to crush them. After the meeting, the emperor was left alone with himself, after which he wearily sat in his chair and sighed deeply. He supposed that the great duke would not return alive from the war, due to the terrible custom of wolves to follow their leader to the end. Thus, the duke's death would lead to the fall of the Turcion family. After this, it will not be difficult for the emperor to capture the remnants of his family, so he will become the new master. The great Duke Turcion put all his efforts into distributing medicines throughout the empire, so people from other continents quickly joined him. Brumont became known as the sole manufacturer and exporter of gabina used to make medicines. One day, a scientist from the Turgeon laboratory ran to Alexa, clearly intending to tell her the good news. The man asked her if she knew that their medicine was being exported to all known continents. The girl said that this was not her medicine at all, because she only gave them the idea. The scientist argued that if she hadn't brought gavina, they would never have created the medicine, because it was previously considered a useless herb. Alexa thanked him for his kind words, and then said she was delighted to be able to help them. The man cheerfully told her that the entire duchy recognized her wisdom, after which he invited her to work with them in the laboratory. He added that she had every chance to become a great scientist, so he would definitely give her a good recommendation. The girl suddenly remembered that day when her father wished her good luck for the last time. He told her that he had always been confident that his daughter would become a great scientist. The puppy and Taran couldn't help but notice how quickly Alexa's expression changed. Her friend asked if she was okay, or if perhaps she wasn't feeling well. The girl explained that everything was fine with her, and that she would gladly take a job in the laboratory. She said that in a year she would have to return to her hometown, so she shouldn't take such an important position. Everyone was shocked by the unexpected news that Alexa was going to leave them so soon. The three of them went straight to Berchan's office, who wasn't expecting any guests. His son stated that his sister told him that within a year she should leave the duchy. The man replied that at first they thought Alexa would live on the estate until Isildis grew up. Taran began to indignantly say that after all the feats she had achieved in 1 year, he was going to kick her out because their agreement would end. The father asked, horrified, what he was implying, but the boy did not answer. which directly indicates that they should not let her go, much less kick her out. The guy rudely said that, because it was Lord Birchin who convinced her to sign an agreement, she would be obliged to fulfill it. After a while, Birchin told Lady Alexa the entire dialogue with his son. After listening carefully, the girl laughed embarrassed because she didn't expect him to defend her like that. She apologized for the fact that everyone loved her so much, to which the man replied that she shouldn't apologize, because he was simply paying little attention to her. He added that, in fact, his son was right, because she had helped them in many things during this time. So he wanted her to remain on his estate, even after the contract ended. Hearing this, Alexa timidly stated that it might be too troublesome. The girl knew that after Isildis turned human, he would lose all memories of his life with her, so she couldn't force him. From the beginning, it was known that Isildis's destiny was to be with Selena, the main character. This role wasn't hers. She was only replacing the main character for a while, and for a happy ending, she would have to leave. As soon as she said that they cared too much about her, so she didn't dare bother them anymore. Taran immediately ran to her and begged her not to leave them. The boy tearfully asked her why she had to leave if everyone on the estate loved her so much. Alexa explained that she was going back to her homeland, but that they could see each other again if he wished. Taran tearfully begged her to stay with them. Birchin joined his words and said that he too was overwhelmed with sadness thinking about this. Interrupting the dialogue, he said that there was still time to think, so they shouldn't rush things. She agreed with him and said that she would definitely think about this issue. And if she was thinking about whether her beloved was really going to leave, well, she always looked at him like that. And she asks him not to forget her. She decided not to let this pass and not to dare to let her go too soon. As night fell over the duchy, a mysterious woman softly knocked on the door. An elderly lady, almost toothless, opened the door and asked what she wanted. The woman explained that she wanted to buy a slave, and then asked if they had a red-haired girl. And blue-eyed, the old woman led her inside, where she saw the same prisoner she had been looking for so long. The mysterious woman told the slave that from now on her name would be Selena, and she would carry out all her orders. As soon as the chained girl heard the sounds that they were looking for the red-haired girl, and blue-eyed, she immediately began to cry for help. The woman mysteriously asked if the girl was really that afraid of her. Laughing, she said she would never in her life pay so much money for the chance to kill someone. The stranger explained that she only wanted the slave to do something for her and that, if she agreed, she would provide her with delicious food and beautiful clothes. The woman languidly said that if the girl copes with her task, she will grant her freedom. After her speeches, she asked if the girl wanted to be freed from slavery. The slave got down on all fours and calmly asked her new mistress what she needed. The woman told her that there was no need to do anything supernatural, but that she would need to infiltrate somewhere. The girl raised her head and tried to understand where the mysterious stranger was looking. Suddenly, she realized that the woman was looking directly at the window of her cell. Turning around, the slave realized that she would need to infiltrate the ducal property. The woman calmly explained that she was going to send her to the wolves' estate. The next morning, all the residents of the estate gathered in Burson's office, and they wondered if Alexa had slept well. The girl embarrassedly replied that she slept well and thanked them for their concern. She decided to resolve it here and now and asked why she had been called this time. Deep down, she perfectly understood why she had been called in the morning. Last night, she let slip that she would leave the wolves' estate in exactly 1 year. As a result, everyone on the estate found out about this, after which more and more frequent questions began to arise about whether she would stay with them. Alexa reasoned that everyone was secretly pressuring her all the time. Holding the puppy in her arms, she decided that for the future development of this story, she would have to leave the estate. Thinking that she should finally show firmness, she began to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Birchin. The man asked if Lady Alexa would like to start studying medicine. The girl was very surprised by such a proposal, so she was speechless with amazement. He added that his son told him that in her free time, she likes to immerse herself in the medical literature from his library, so he would be happy to give her the opportunity to learn this fully. Alexa, embarrassed, asked Taran why he had told him this, to which the boy simply laughed. He said that if she has a dream, he will be happy to help his sister. The boy apologized if he bothered her, to which she replied that this was not the case at all. While she was talking, he thought that she looked very cute even with that expression on her face. And her father said that he agreed with his son, so she should think about such a proposal. He added that Isolde still has a long time before growing up, so she can do a lot in his laboratory. The man explained that her medicine was known throughout the empire, so he would be happy to pass on all his knowledge to her. Alexa understood that she could never refuse such an opportunity, because in this world only nobles could practice medicine. She reasoned that if she went to the academy, they wouldn't even let her in, and all the money she earned last year wouldn't be enough for her to live and study. The girl tried to convince herself that until the main character arrived at the duchy, she could spoil herself a little. Remembering her father, she decided that she wanted to try again to fulfill her dream. So now, embarrassed, she told everyone that she wanted to study medicine. Alexa said she would only do this if they didn't mind her staying with them. Birchen happily informed her that they wouldn't mind, because everyone hoped she would stay with them so they could consider the estate their new home. His words made her cry, so she tried to thank him somehow, but she couldn't say a word. The man said that he would do the rest, so he promised that he would find the best teacher for her. A few days later, she thought that it sounded good indeed, but she didn't know what to do now. A scientist entered his office and said that as soon as he heard that they were looking for him, he came immediately. Birchen said that a couple of days ago, he managed to convince Alexa to study medicine. The scientist reported that as soon as the laboratory heard about this, they immediately began to do a general cleaning. The man said he was very pleased with their enthusiasm, but also promised that he would provide her with the best teacher. The scientist thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that the best teacher in Tertian is Karloff. Just recalling him, a shiver ran down his body, and Birchen said that he was the best of the best. The person who entered said that everyone knows that this professor dislikes people very much. The man explained that he remembered this after making his promise. He added that he was so happy that for a long time he didn't stop thanking him and telling him that he would do his best. Birchen noted tiredly that, recalling her smile, he simply couldn't back down. Handing the letter to the scientist, he asked him to give Karloff a letter of recommendation. The man who entered began to say that he was very afraid of his teacher, so he would never do this. To which Birchen said that he was responsible for ensuring that Alexa remained on the estate. After a while, the scientist told the teacher how he brought this letter. Addressing the formidable man, he announced that Alex's girlfriend was asking him to be her teacher. The man sternly said that he and Baron Birchen should know very well that he dislikes people. A little later, he finally touched the letter of recommendation and began to study its content. Coming to the conclusion that it was she who invented the Gavina medicine, the teacher fell into a stupor. The scientist said that the medicine itself was created in their laboratory, but it was she who suggested adding Gavina. Karloff stated that since the young lady was able to discover a cure, he was very intrigued, so he had to meet her. Meanwhile, the servants were thinking about how they could force Karloff to become Alexa's teacher so that she wouldn't leave them. The butler suggested that as soon as he arrived, they should escort him to the reception area and serve him refreshments as quickly as possible. At that very moment, Mr. Karloff burst onto the estate shouting that he was looking for Baron Birchen. Since he had arrived at his invitation, seeing the servants, he looked at them furiously and asked how they were without him. The three servants began to tremble with fear, after which the butler reported that nothing had changed at all, after which they led him before the Baron. Once in Birchen's office, Karloff immediately asked if he really had to teach a certain person. The man corrected him, saying that it was not just one person, but Lady Alexa herself. He knew that the teacher couldn't stand people, but she wasn't an ordinary girl, and not ordinary at all. He added that she is very close to Cyrasildus and is also very intelligent, because she has demonstrated her skills more than once recently. Birchen explained that she was worthy of becoming his student, after which he asked Karloff to reconsider his decision. The teacher stated that even though the young lady had discovered the healing properties of Gabina, teaching her medicine was a completely different matter. Therefore, if she didn't catch his attention, he couldn't become her teacher. The Baron asked horrified if he had really come all this way to say this, to which the man replied that medicine is not a discipline that can be taught to just anyone. Birchen thought that for now he had no choice but to follow Sir Karloff's will. After a while, Alexa entered the office with a book in her hands. She introduced herself politely and said it was an honor for her to meet the teacher. Alexa stood up and smiled sweetly, saying with her whole appearance that she was very happy. The man thought he heard it was a girl, but she turned out to be much younger than he had imagined. He couldn't believe that academy students were teaching complex sciences to such a young girl. After which, he decided that he would refuse to teach her. While he was thinking, the girl handed him the book and said that if he allowed it, she would like him to sign it. After carefully examining the book, he realized that he himself had written it, so he was very surprised that she had brought it. Alexa said she was glad to hear of his arrival, so she immediately went to look at the books he had written, after which one of the books particularly impressed her. While signing the book, the teacher said it was a good book and then asked her if she had read it. The girl said she was surprised how easy it was to understand the topics mentioned there, but she especially liked the part where he explained the rules of medical ethics. This book was written for educational purposes for the academy's graduating students, so it was simply surprising that a commoner, for whom it was troublesome to get higher education, could understand this book. Karloff said he would not teach her medicine because he believed that a person would not be able to understand the magic of Tertian. He added that if she really wanted to, he could have her from time to time. Giving her a stern look, the teacher explained that she had better not expect him to be a kind teacher. And then he asked if she planned to study medicine with him. A doctor named Karloff was the director of a university hospital, so the chance to learn from such a person was too small. There was no way Alexa could miss this opportunity, so she communicated firmly and clearly that if he gave her a chance, she would study hard. He looked at her surprised and said that such determination was commendable. Upon leaving the room, he told her that she must call him master and nothing else, to which she cheerfully replied that she would only speak like that. The teacher smiled sarcastically and asked if she could last at least a week. On the first day of training, he gave her a huge pile of books and told her to read them all by the next day. Then, he gave her a 4-hour test on all the material she had studied up to that moment. Closer to morning, Taran entered her room with the question of whether she hadn't gone to bed yet, to which she replied that she couldn't. A week later, Karloff burst into Baron Beerson's office with a loud exclamation. The worried man asked what the urgent matter was. The embarrassed professor explained that his student Alexa was truly a real genius. He asked if the Baron really knew about this the whole time, to which he shrugged in surprise. The teacher said that he taught her, but she turned out to be a real genius, after which he added that it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was born to be a doctor. Karloff said that her perception and everything else were excellent, and that she had the perfect student spirit, since she achieved excellent results, both in assignments and in the preliminary test. The man said he was very pleased to think so highly of Lady Alexa, and then he asked if he would teach her medicine. The teacher gave him a strong pat on the shoulder and promised that this child would grow up and become the best doctor on the entire continent. At the same time, the girl was heading to her room, holding another textbook in her hands. She thought that all these days were simply filled with joy. That's why she felt great. Alexa believed that she could really enjoy her studies in this world, and then decided that the life she had dreamed of had finally arrived. Quietly, she said that we needed to check our progress and write down everything we needed to ask about the next day. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a sad Taran, whom he asked what he was doing here. His friend sadly asked him if he had finally finished his homework. The girl happily told him she had done everything, and then asked if he had really been waiting for her this whole time. The boy replied that he really wanted to play with her, but that she had been quite busy lately, to which she replied that she was busy with her studies. Alexa decided to cheer him up and added that today she was going to play with him. Seeing how happy he became, she said she also called Izzy to play with them. The boy was a little perplexed, because deep down he hoped it would be just the two of them. Upon entering the room, the girl happily told her puppy that he had finally returned. Meanwhile, Izzy was persistently chewing something, with no intention of stopping until he had eaten it all. Alexa asked him what he was doing and why the room was so messy. As soon as he heard her, he immediately rushed towards her, wagging his tail furiously. Seeing that his entire snout was stained with something, the girl looked towards the box he had just eaten from. To her horror, she realized it was something more than just chocolates. After carefully re-examining the puppy, Alexa started screaming that he couldn't eat chocolate. A few moments later, she was running down the hallway towards the infirmary with the puppy in her arms. Taran immediately ran after her, while trying to stop her to find out what happened. Alexa didn't hear him, because all her thoughts were occupied with worrying about her pet. Tears sprang from her eyes out of fear for her puppy, but she tried to calm herself by saying nothing would happen to him. After bursting into Bertrand's office, she tried to catch her breath for a long time. And then she started explaining the situation. After catching her breath, she asked him to urgently call a doctor because the puppy might die. The worried Baron quickly tried to understand what was happening, but immediately sent the knight to find a doctor. Karloff arrived a few minutes after Biersten called him. He said he came to them as soon as he received their call and then asked them what had happened. The man quietly announced that Cyrusildus had eaten an entire box of chocolate. He added that since this was discovered quickly, they immediately sent him for treatment for his small intestine. The teacher said a purebred wolf would never die from chocolate, but she still went to see him. Half an hour later, he returned drying his hands with a damp towel. Alexa immediately started asking him if everything would be fine with her puppy. The man said he would be fine and that she could check for herself. The girl immediately went inside, where the doctor reported that the condition of her master was normal. He added that he tried to give him medicine just in case, but the puppy kept refusing. Alexa exclaimed loudly that her dog was a fool, which surprised him greatly, because he had never heard anything like that from her before. She cried loudly and said through tears that if he didn't take the medicine, he could get very sick. Isildo was very surprised to have made his lover cry by refusing the medicine. Taran entered the room and did his best to calm her, telling her everything would be fine. Seeing his opponent, the puppy immediately snatched the necessary medicine from the doctor's hands and swallowed it. The teacher approached her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and then asked her to calm down. He confidently stated that a couple of chocolates couldn't do anything to him. Karloff said that Cyrusildus is a purebred wolf, the crown of his clan, which means that his energy and resistance are superior to the rest. Hearing these words, she rushed to hug her puppy and told him she was very happy about it. The girl continued saying that she shouldn't have left the chocolate in the living room. And the teacher, meanwhile, thought that she could blame Isildus, but instead blames herself and apologizes to him. Alexa started asking her teacher for a break from classes for a while, so she could take care of the puppy until everything turned out fine. The teacher thought for a moment and said that he didn't need care and that she couldn't take a break from her studies, so they would do it differently. He said that the doctor would give her the medicine that Issy needed to take so he could take care of him, but that she would have to study the medicine on her own to be able to stay out of class for the whole week. The girl happily said she would do exactly that, after which she started thanking her teacher. Suddenly, the puppy started making strange noises, to which Karloff noticed that the medicine was starting to take effect. He said that his master was starting to regurgitate the remaining chocolate, so he wouldn't want to try again. The puppy tried to restrain himself, to which Alexa told him he shouldn't do that. After 3 days, Isildus lay contentedly on the table, clearly happy that he finally felt better. His owner affectionately stroked his stomach and said he was a big loafer. He asked if it was really possible to lie in his room for 3 days in a row. Taran entered the room, wondering if she was still courting him. The girl told him that there was actually no worry because she was just observing him. She reported that since that day his appetite had only increased and his sleep had become longer than usual. Taran assumed that all this meant that he was simply healthy and also that she was monopolizing him. He said he was very happy that everything was fine with him, so he suggested they go out to enjoy the breeze. Alexa noticed that it was really annoying to spend all the time in the room. The girl said that since the puppy was no longer sick, they could go for a walk. Before leaving, she said that the puppy would definitely need to take medicine. She handed him a pill and asked him to open his mouth wide, but Izzy tried to dodge it. The girl reminded him that he had promised her to take his medicines on time. Since the teacher gave her homework to study this medicine, for a long time she wondered how it really works. After reading the recipe, Alexa realized that she had never seen the herbs used in this medicine. An idea suddenly struck her, and she asked Taran if he knew where the nearest market to the castle was. When he answered affirmatively, the girl suggested they go for a walk to find an herbalist. Standing with the recipe in hand, Alexa firmly stated that this would definitely help her. At the same time, the mysterious woman told her slave that during the walk she remembered her and decided to return quickly. Selina sat tied up in her room, whom she told that she had been locked up long enough, so now she could go out for some fresh air. Approaching her, the woman lifted her chin and said she hoped something good would happen that day. After a while, the maids of the estate began to gather Alexa to go for a walk to the market. At the same time, a mysterious woman began to gather Selina so she could go out into the city. The maid said that, just in case, she would put a brooch with the Grand Duke's coat of arms on the young lady so that the locals couldn't treat her badly. The woman put a poisonous bracelet on her slave, telling her that only she could take it off. So if the girl decided to run away or disobeyed, she would die of slow agony. The maid told Alexa that she was a little worried because she had suddenly decided to go for a walk, but that she wanted to have fun, and the woman told Selena that she must obey her orders like an obedient girl. As soon as the maid gathered the puppy's owner, she immediately took Izzy to her. And Taran, they were both delighted by how beautiful their mutual friend looked in her new dress. When they realized that both were staring at her, they immediately started glaring at each other furiously. And the maid, meanwhile, said that she had applied makeup the same color as her hair. The maid asked Taran if he had done everything right, thus distracting him from his useless pastime. The boy immediately replied, embarrassed, that everything was perfect for Lady Alexa. Even more bewildered, he said she looked like a real angel. The girl sincerely thanked him, to which he replied that he was simply telling the truth and nothing more. The puppy almost immediately tried to distract them from the sweet conversation, so he started barking loudly. Meanwhile, the maid brought her a cloak, saying that she was very famous in her area, so it was worth putting on a cloak. He added that no one would dare harm her, but that it was better to wear it just in case. Addressing Taran and Issy, the maid told them that they should remain on guard and accompany the girl everywhere, after which she gave them 2 wallets with pocket money that Lord Birchin had distributed. After taking them, the 3 went for a walk to the market, and the maid said goodbye to them in a low voice. As soon as they left, the commander of the knights immediately approached the kitchen, to whom she asked to protect this trio, since this was their first walk. It was worth watching them secretly, without interfering with the fun. The market was full of people. Happy children ran everywhere. The city was enjoying another bright day. Alexa thought that the market was probably so large because it was territory of the Grand Duke's family. The girl happily greeted her companions and told them to hurry up, because she really wanted to go to one place. She added that since she arrived in Tertian, she had barely left the mansion. So for a moment, she even forgot that there was such a big world outside. And colorful, she quickly spotted the desired shop and walked quickly towards the herbalist. They were already being watched by a woman and a slave who had an errand to complete. The wicked lady said she was very lucky because they immediately met the necessary people. Addressing Selena, she informed her that everything was happening a bit faster than she thought. The woman asked if her slave was ready to start her job, to which she obediently replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Alexa had already bought the necessary herbs from the herbalist, and her companions had just approached the shop. The girl happily said that there was another shop nearby, so it was worth going there. The tired puppy immediately rushed to her, to which she asked if he really wanted to hug her. Taking him in her arms, Alexa said he was behaving like a small child, and Taran thought that the dog was constantly clinging to her. Approaching, he asked her if the puppy wasn't too heavy for her, to which she replied that it was normal, because he constantly demands attention in such crowded places. The boy, embarrassed, asked her if she could hold his hand, which greatly confused the girl and infuriated the puppy. Approaching her, he told her that he had never left the mansion, so he was very scared and excited. Looking at her intently, Taran added that he would really like her to hold his hand. These words surprised Alexa, so for a long time she didn't know what to answer. Selena watched all this from around the corner, preparing to attack them in time. The red-haired girl was a little surprised by how cute they were acting among the crowd of people. Her lover ordered to steal from those she pointed at and get money, things, or something else. Selena thought that she had already tried several times to learn to steal, but had never succeeded. She reasoned that, judging by their appearance, they were children of aristocrats, so if she got caught, she would be severely punished, but at the same time she had no other choice. While the boy was trying to hold Alexa's hand, telling her that they could join and walk together, Selena began to attack. The slave ran very quickly in their direction and crashed into Taran with all her strength. He stumbled back a little, but did not fall, and the attacking girl flew back a bit. Alexa asked if everything was all right with her friend, after which she immediately went to help the fallen girls. Selena timidly and loudly shouted that she was very sorry that such a situation had occurred. After this, the slave quickly jumped off the ground and quickly ran in the opposite direction. In her hand, she held a wallet with money, which she successfully stole from Taran. They were also watched by knights sent by a maid to ensure safety. One of the knights reported that the girl had stolen a wallet from him and then asked if it was worth chasing her. The commander said that they should do it as quietly as possible because they shouldn't make too much noise. He added that he had just reported the appearance of the girl to the nearest guard post, so it was worth continuing to protect the lady. At the same time, Alexa asked him if everything was all right with her friend, to which he replied that he was fine, and that nothing hurt him. The main task of the estate guards is to allow the trio to have fun. Selina escaped from them through the courtyards, where often only rats lived, but at the same time, she was very happy that everything went well for her. She ran as fast as she could to the woman to tell her that she had managed to steal the wallet. Upon receiving the precious item, the woman noticed that she succeeded much faster than she thought. Selina explained that this belonged to the children, she pointed out, and then asked for the poison bracelet to be removed from her hand. Taking the stolen item in her hands, the wicked lady looked at the slave bewildered. Laughing, she said that nothing would happen to her as long as she behaved well. Having calmed down, the women finally decided to remove the bracelet, saying that it would be very strange if Selina was so scared. Angrily looking at the slave, she declared that for the next stage she would need a new bracelet. In that very second, a red snake began to crawl on the girl's hand, causing her terrible pain. The wicked lady hugged the trembling slave and told her that these were just small things she shouldn't worry about, because only wolves could harm her. It had been a long time since they went for a walk, and Alexa noticed that she had bought everything she needed. Taran said that it would soon get dark, so they should return, after which he added that Easy would need to get down because his owner's arms must be falling off. The puppy got angry again, and the girl said she wanted to visit the most famous armory in the area. Upon entering, she discovered a large number of different weapons, from a crossbow to a mace. The shop owner asked what such young visitors had forgotten in his establishment, to which she replied that she had come to look at a special sword. The man did not expect such a young lady to have any idea that he was trading such a treasure. Alexa explained that he most likely has swords that are not on public display, and then asked him to show them to her. The shop owner said he had no idea how she could find out about this, but added that he did not dare argue with the bearer of the Grand Duke's shield, so he immediately went to fetch the swords. She knew that, according to the novel, this weapon shop was supposed to have the magical sword Titus, which she was supposed to buy for Taran. The boy asked her if she had really come to this shop specifically to give him a gift. The girl reasoned that although he is a good boy now, in the original story, he became the best sword master on the continent. With the help of red crystals inserted into the sword, he is able to absorb and use the owner's magical power, which is why this weapon has become Taran's symbol. Alexa understood that Lord Bearston was originally supposed to buy it in a year, but she really wanted her friend to find his sword as quickly as possible. At that moment, the owner approached, bringing with him all the available special swords. When the man said that the sword cost 500, the girl regretfully realized that she was a little short, so her companion offered to pay for the purchase himself. Putting his hand on the place where the wallet hung, he discovered that this item was not there, so he awkwardly told his sister that he needed to go out. Rushing out of the shop, he immediately started looking around for what was missing, but he couldn't find it. The captain of the knights immediately approached him and quietly called Taran. He calmly explained that, under the order of the head maid, he had been secretly watching them the whole time, after which he handed him an extra wallet with money. The boy asked how they knew he had lost his wallet, to which he replied that he saw how a girl stole from them. With the wallet in his hand, Taran gratefully thanked the savior, but couldn't believe he could be robbed. As soon as she returned to the shop, the girl asked him to lend her a few dozen gold coins. She shouted that it had to be this sword, and her friend tried to persuade her that he would pay for the purchase himself. Alexa declared that she wanted to see him become the best swordsman with the sword she bought him. Having received the cherished sword in her hands, she gave it to Taran and told him he should become a great knight. Having received such a gift, the boy thanked her embarrassed and promised to try to become one. She sincerely wished it, because if this time they had been attacked by an assassin, and not by a pickpocket, Alexa could have suffered. A couple of days later, she was still trying to solve the mystery of the medicine her puppy was taking. Taran entered her room again and asked if she was still working on the homework. The girl admitted it wasn't that simple, so she asked what exactly the problem was. She explained that the Judith plant is much better than Mont in terms of effectiveness and price, but at the same time, it is Mont that is used, and that was precisely the problem she couldn't figure out. Taran listened to her attentively and tried to find the answer to her strange question. Pointing to the first plant, He said it smelled awful and suggested that this is probably why they use the second one. Well, Alexa immediately realized that, being a wolf, he could smell odors that the human sense of smell could not detect. So she happily threw herself into his arms, thanking him for his help. The puppy immediately started barking, trying to get attention. But suddenly, the butler walked in on them. Seeing how well they were having fun, the man decided not to interrupt their conversation or bother them. A servant approached him and told him that the woman who was in the foyer had said she wanted to meet Baron Birchen. He explained that the woman said she had brought a criminal with her to the court of the nobles of Terzian. Selina, whom she brought, became very depressed when she learned that she had been brought to trial for theft. After a while, the butler was already asking the stranger if it was really she who wanted to meet Baron Birchen. He calmly explained to the woman that she must first tell him her name. A strange and sinister aura emanated from her, and when she spoke, the air in the room seemed to become heavier. The wicked lady said it was a great honor for her to meet the most noble people of Terzian, after which she said her name was Luella. An awkward silence reigned in the hallway, because each of them felt a certain tension in the air. The butler tensely explained that he heard she had brought them a criminal. The woman smiled mysteriously, and then explained that she had understood everything correctly. She abruptly pulled Selina towards her, saying that this girl was the same thief. Luella said that not long ago it was this girl who allowed herself to steal from the nobles of this mansion. Selina remained motionless, bowing her head before her, trying to understand what her new mistress was doing. The butler thought that not long ago, he had been informed that Taran had been robbed in the market, but the girl seemed too young to him. The man looked at the captain of the knights, who gave him an affirmative nod, after which the butler stated that maybe she was the culprit, but he asked what the woman had to do with her. She said that this was her niece, and quickly looked everywhere for her after the news reached her that her parents had died in an accident. She began living on the street herself, but she couldn't think about what she gained from a pickpocket's life. The woman said that the girl must pay for the committed crime, and then offered to hand her over as a servant to the Duke's family. The butler was stunned, so he asked her if she really was going to hand the child over as a servant. Luella explained that although she is mixed race, she is still a full-fledged werewolf, so she will be of great use to the mansion. In addition, due to dreadful circumstances, the woman will need to go to distant places. The woman approached the butler and told him that the girl was very strong, so she would try hard, to which he replied that she would cause complete nonsense. The man said that no one could enter the mansion, except those who had passed a careful selection. The wicked lady began to bewitch him, telling him that those nobles were also very young, so that she would be an excellent playmate. The butler did not understand what was happening, but he could not resist the magical power. The idea began to appear in his thoughts that a companion would be a very good friend for Alexa. The bewitched man said that he would hire this girl as a servant. Luella began to joyfully thank the butler for being so generous to her niece. The man asked her if she knew that after this girl became a servant, she would belong to the Grand Duke's family, to which the woman replied that they should raise her to be a magnificent member of the Grand Duke's family. Finally, Luella told the girl that she must work hard for the benefit of the mansion. When saying goodbye to her, the woman reminded her that she would always take care of her niece. She added in a whisper that she sincerely believed that she would perfectly fulfill all her requests. When the servant took the newly appointed maid to the head maid, she only laughed sincerely. The boy knew very well that the woman would not like such a surprise, and that she would stand against the girl in the ranks of the maids. He began to shout at the servant, telling him that all the castle maids were carefully selected talents, and that they hired a mixed-race pickpocket about whom nothing was known. Realizing that nothing could be done about it, the woman asked what the new guest's name was. Seeing her reluctance to answer, the maid lifted her head with her hand and said that she should learn some manners. She thought that the girl's physique and appearance were very similar to Alexa's, but her eyes were very angry. The maid did not understand whether it would be the right choice to make such a child Alexa's companion. The woman explained that from now on, she will serve as a maid to the nobles of the Grand Duke's family, and among them is Alexa, who is a human. She added that if the girl dared to look down on her, or even harm her due to her werewolf pride, then it would be very difficult for her to survive on this estate. Selina bowed her head and said she would remember this very well, after which the maid accompanied her. The girl was annoyed by the fact that everyone mentioned some Alexa, who wasn't even a werewolf. At the same time, Alexa, Issy, and Taran were having tea in the summer park. The boy took a small piece of dessert and, handing it to the girl, began to tell her that she should definitely try it, because it was very tasty. The puppy started shouting that his dessert was much richer, but no one understood him. Alexa told them both to calm down, but deep down she knew this was going to be an unusual day. Suddenly, a maid approached them, who was about to introduce the new maid. The girl was happy that the woman could pull her out of a series of thoughts and sad experiences. The maid said she was going to introduce everyone to a new girl who had arrived by order of the butler. Her name was Selena. Upon hearing her name, the girl immediately jumped up from her seat because she decided that the heroine had finally appeared. She waited a long time for the protagonist Selena to arrive, who was supposed to take her rightful place. The girl had to lovingly take care of Issy before he turned human. Afterwards, Isildis will be terribly traumatized by betrayal and full of anger. Selena would save him and the entire continent from the darkness threatening it. So Alexa expected her to appear like an angel. The girl happily said she was very happy to meet the new maid. Meanwhile, the former slave said she was very happy to meet the invaluable nobility of Tertian. Smiling sweetly, she said it was a great honor for her to meet Lady Alexa. The puppy's owner felt much less secure than before. The new maid had hair as red as a rose, blue eyes like the shining sea, and a modest outfit that exuded maturity and sophistication. The main character must always be special in everything, which makes her very different from the secondary character. Alexa always thought she was still a secondary character, so she didn't have such outstanding features. When she snapped out of her thoughts, the maid had been trying to locate her for several minutes. As soon as the girl began to react, the woman announced that it was time for them to return. Alexa calmly reported that she was very happy to meet Selena. The new maid said embarrassed that they would see each other again soon. Turning around, she quickly walked away, holding back her anger towards the human girl. As soon as the head maid said goodbye to everyone, Alexa remembered that she forgot to ask a question. Stopping the woman, she asked what would happen to Miss Selena, to which she replied that they would first teach her castle etiquette, after which she would be appointed to a suitable position. The maid asked if the girl was interested in her because they were the same age, to which she timidly replied that it was about that. The next day, the teacher burst into the living room and said they needed to continue with their classes. She added that only a week had passed, and Alexa reported that Izzy was fine, so she was fine too. Taking her homework, Karloff said she had done well and then asked if she had learned about the properties of judite. The girl said that this plant has a unique smell, so its use is limited, but this smell can only be smelled by wolves, who have a sense of smell superior to that of humans. The professor said that Atersian medicine mainly deals with the characteristics of the wolf, not human ones, so she should not rely solely on human common sense. Alexa was very happy with her teacher's instructions, so she promised to remember them. During class, she suddenly sighed loudly, which did not escape Karloff. He asked her why she was sighing so much, to which she replied that she was fine. She said she had already read everything, so since the lesson was over, she could leave. Noticing her strange behavior, the man thought that something was wrong after all. The maid asked her if she had worked hard, to which the girl replied that she had worked very well. The woman also noticed that Alexa often had a grim expression on her face. During dinner, she got up from the table and said she would finish first that day, to which the butler asked if she didn't like the food. The servants whispered that Miss Alexa was upset. When she returned to her room, her faithful puppy was waiting for her, who was always happy to see her. He immediately ran towards her, hoping to receive his portion of love and care. Bending down, the girl asked Batida what they should do now. When the real heroine appears, the entire story must return to the original plot. With the help of Selena's care, Isolde successfully turned human, after which he will overcome the crisis, and, together with everyone else, find happiness. Alexa, a girl from a secondary plot, who was originally destined to die within a year. She will give up her rightful place to the main character. Then she will receive the promised money and live her life happily. The girl sincerely believed that this would be the end of her life on this estate. That is why, hugging her dog, she used to say that she did not want to part with everyone. Taran overheard their conversation and approached and asked her what she meant. She asked him what brought him here, to which he replied that everyone in the castle asked about it because she seemed very upset. A maid looking from behind the door quietly reported to the others that Lady Alexa was crying. The boy asked her if she was really going to leave the castle again, even though everyone in the family wanted the opposite. Wiping away her tears, the girl thanked him and said she wasn't going anywhere. Taran asked her why she was crying then, to which she replied that it just happened. She thought she had become so fond of everyone around her that she felt sad at the thought of separating from them. In particular, she couldn't leave her dear and precious puppy. But Alexa understood well that she couldn't confuse everyone with her feelings, so she said that everything was fine for her now. The girl decided that she needed to help Selena stay close to him, so she would do everything possible to ensure everyone had a happy ending. On the border of the Empire in the conflict zone, the head commander pushed aside all the warriors to reach the Duke's tent. Upon entering, he unceremoniously began to tell the Duke all the information. Before him was Carlisle Tertian, head of House Tertian, with Grand Duchess Evelia Tertian. Falling to one knee, the man reported that the remnants of the enemy had been suppressed, and the battlefields had been cleared. The Duke couldn't believe that the bloody war was finally over. He added that they must ensure once again that no more opponents remain, and then report this to the imperial family. Then he would declare the end of the war and return to Tertian. Being alone with his wife, he quietly announced that it had been a long time since he had an audience with the imperial family. Taking his sword in his hands, he gently told her it was time to return home and see their son. The next day, Alexa was playing tug-of-war with her puppy in the room again. After 40 minutes of playing, the tired girl asked Izzy to give them a little break. She firmly decided to help Selena with everything, but she didn't understand at all how she could do it. While the puppy was vigorously pulling the rope towards himself, the girl thought about a plan for the main character's return. Their game was interrupted by the head maid, who said that her personal maid had come to receive them. She said that starting today, Selena would attend to Lady Alexa, to which the redhead said she was very happy to serve her. The puppy's owner was a little surprised that the novel's main character would serve her. Because of this, an awkward silence reigned in the room because the girl couldn't say anything. Gathering her courage, she asked the head maid why Selena had become her personal maid, to which the woman replied that it was the management's decision, since they were the same age. Alexa realized that if the girl who was supposed to save everyone became her servant, then the original story would fall apart. The maid said that the girl came to the castle to pay for the pickpocketing, so little was known about her. But she was trained well. The puppy's owner was shocked by the news, because in the original story, it was not mentioned that the main character had been caught stealing. According to the novel, Selena is the maid of the Tertian castle, who later saved Isildur. And everyone else. The girl unintentionally wondered if she really didn't remember something from the story, because in the novel, she was described practically as a saint. Alexa asked if everything was all right with the fact that pickpocketing is a crime, and she just became a maid. But they told her they have their own law, so everything is fine. She asked the maid if the law really allowed it, to which she replied affirmatively. The woman explained that if the inhabitant is a Tertian beast, especially if they are part of this castle, then the unconditional rule of force operates, where the strong rules, and the weak is completely subordinated to the strong. She added that the Grand Duke is the strongest creature in this castle, so criminal acts cannot be committed without Isildur's permission. Taran, who was nearby, also confirmed all the maid's words, so Alexa had no arguments left. The girl thought that she had never realized that her puppy was the strongest in the castle, and the maid decided that it must be very difficult for her to understand the laws of the wolves, because they cannot do anything without the leader's consent. Selena's theft was successful only because she did not harm Alexa in any way, and everything turned out well because Isildur turned a blind eye. Everyone knew that if she harmed Alexa in this castle, she would receive severe punishment. For such a violation of the laws of the wolves, she could immediately lose her arms while still alive. Those creatures who cross the forbidden line are executed by the powerful according to the law. The maid said that she had completely forgotten to announce that she had invited a tailor for Lady Alexa. She added that last time she liked the dress she made, so she called her again. The woman ordered Selena to clean Alexa's wardrobe, to which she obediently bowed her head. As the maid took the girl away, Taran looked at the new maid in disbelief, as if sensing that something was wrong. Selena thought that she did not understand how a human girl could communicate so casually with the future Duke. She decided that the girl was very different from a mixed-race girl like her, but the feeling of insignificance overcame the fear. The girl couldn't even look Isildur in the eyes, because he was the biggest creature she had ever heard of. When Selena began to examine the room, she noticed how different the beautiful rooms were, and the decoration of the mansion from the dirty alleys, and the maid's clothes were always beautiful, and it smelled nice. Suddenly, she discovered a small chest on the table, completely filled with jewelry. Taking the bracelet in her hands, the girl thought that she had never in her life seen such high-quality trinkets, even when she was stealing in the streets. She couldn't believe all this belonged to a human girl, so she said out loud that it was too much for her. Suddenly, a male voice asked if that was a reason to take something for himself. The maid quickly tried to explain to him that he had completely misunderstood everything. The boy said he was very interested to know if everything had really changed since the butler accepted her, but that she wasn't doing what she should be doing because she was only pawing at her sister's things. He snatched the bracelet from her hand and called her a pickpocket, after which he explained that even a mixed-race person must obey the law, because she cannot be so stupid as not to realize her weaknesses. Such words greatly influenced Selina, because she perfectly understood what would happen if she told Mr. Isildis about this. Looking at her furiously, he asked if she really wanted to die according to the law. The girl bowed her head and then said out loud that she was extremely sorry. Selina didn't fully understand that in front of her was the same guy she had seen in the market. Now he seemed very scary and more serious than when she stole from him. He ordered her to leave the room, to which she docilely said she would leave immediately. Upon exiting into the hallway, she couldn't stop thinking about the luxurious and beautiful things that belonged to Alex. She was also worried about why she was being given so much attention among the strongest wolves. The girl could not accept the fact that all this could fall into the hands of a common human girl. And common, she remembered that Luella had told her there was a human girl of her age living in the castle. The woman said she was nothing special, but people said she provided various services to the bigwigs. That's why everyone loved her. The Wicked Witch asked if Selina really couldn't take this position if she tried hard enough. The witch inspired her with the idea that the time had come to get rid of the poor human girl. During lunch, Alexa continued to scold Issy for trying to eat human food. All this was observed by the maids and the butler, as well as by Baron Birchen. Everyone laughed except Selina, who was blacker than a cloud. Since childhood, due to her mixed blood, she was orphaned and lived in bad alleys. After long wanderings, she became a slave and lived in a narrow cage, where her only friend was a small spider. Shortly after this, she became a slave to a strange witch, so her resentment grew stronger and stronger. The girl, with all her soul, could not understand why an ordinary person lived a peaceful life among wolves. So, during lunch, Selina tried to devise a plan to take Alexa's place. Since she was perfect for the role, taking a table knife from the table, she slowly started approaching the hated girl. For a moment, she wanted with all her heart to stab Alexa with this knife, but then they would catch her immediately. So the girl placed the knife aside and said they would prepare a new dish for her. Because Isildo had bitten it, Alexa thanked her quietly, to which the maid replied that it would not be a problem. Selina looked at her angrily and explained that she could call her any time she needed her. Sensing the sinister aura, the puppy began to growl softly at her again. Sensing danger to her owner, the girl tried to calm him down, explaining to the frightened maid that she didn't do it on purpose, but simply trying to protect her. Alexa thought that she simply decided to help her, but did nothing special. Everyone around her told her that the girl was a pickpocket, so no one liked it. It was because of these words that Alexa became confused in her own thoughts, as she no longer believed she was the main protagonist. But every time she saw her, the puppy's owner became more and more convinced that Selina was truly the protagonist. Unexpectedly for everyone, Alexa asked if the maid wanted to have a picnic with her. She explained that the weather outside was wonderful and that she also wanted to formally introduce Issy to her. A little embarrassed, the girl added that besides all the reasons, she would also like to get closer to her. Selina didn't particularly like this proposal, but, mastering herself, she joyfully announced that it would be an honor. Seeing them talking sweetly to each other, Birchen decided that, after all, it was not a mistake. In a low voice, he informed the butler that his idea of finding Alexa someone her age had turned out to be correct, to which he replied that he would be happy if Miss Alexa was happy with it. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, the man asked if the girl had free time after lunch, to which she replied that she had nothing on her schedule other than classes. He asked her to come to his office after class because he wanted to discuss something important with her. As soon as they agreed, the man got up from the table and headed for the exit, saying that they would see each other in the evening. After class, Alexa was in a very good mood because the subject was very interesting, and her teacher's lessons were always inspiring. She walked and hummed an annoying tune, thinking that as soon as she returned to her room, she would immediately plan a picnic. Throughout this time, the puppy followed her and did not stop barking, clearly demanding more attention for himself. He pitifully asked her to play with him, but unfortunately for him, she couldn't understand why he was barking. Stroking his face, the girl told him that she would spend time with him later, and then asked if she could hug him. As soon as the puppy stopped whining, she picked him up and asked how much weight he had gained to become so heavy. Approaching Sir Burston's office, Alexa was about to knock when the door suddenly opened. The army's commander-in-chief rudely said that he had never seen this face before. And then, turning to the puppy, he said he hadn't seen this little one in a long time. In front of them was the captain of the guard of the Grand Duke of Tertian, whose name was Cluster. Saying that the puppy was still a puppy, Alexa was a little scared because she had never seen such menacing men before. So she stepped back a little and squeezed Issy tighter in her arms. Baron Birchton came out of the office, told her not to be afraid, and then invited her in. The man asked why the Baron was so rude to his brother. Birchton calmly explained that the girl would surely be scared by such a colossus, after which he introduced the stranger to Alexa. The girl who was teaching her said she was very happy to meet you, but she thought she had heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, she remembered that this was the Grand Duke's personal bodyguard and captain of the guard, who was also the strongest knight in Tertian. The man fought shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Duke on the battlefield, and then became Isildis's bodyguard. The girl couldn't believe what she saw, because the time for him to return to the estate so easily hadn't come yet. The cluster announced that they were going to rest, so now they had to tell him everything that happened at the estate. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Alexa, who loudly asked the brothers if the war had really ended. She was interested to know when the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess would return to their estate. She understood that as soon as Mr. Cluster appeared, the rest of the castle inhabitants would immediately come looking for him. Everything was happening very fast, so the girl was worried that Isildis's parents might die soon. All subsequent tragedies began with one event, when the Duke and his wife were returning from the battlefield. They were killed by the Emperor's soldiers. The price of loyalty to the Empire is only death, which is why Isildo, who lost his parents, went mad with anger. As a result, he declared war on the Empire, which only ended after his son killed the Emperor. Alexa decided that she would never let this tragedy happen again, so she asked again if the war had really ended. Seeing her bewilderment, the girl asked if the Grand Duke and his wife had already returned. The group started asking her where she found out, and Birchton asked his brother to leave. He added severely that he had to speak personally with Lady Alexa, without curious ears. Sitting on the sofa, the man asked her if she really wanted to know the news about the Grand Duke. He said that if the Grand Duke was already on his way home, then he wanted to know where he was, and what the situation was there. He asked her why she suddenly had so much interest in all this. Birchton calmly asked her to explain why she needed to know all this, because it did not concern him at all, and moreover, it was a military secret. The girl thought that getting involved in this from the beginning was a big mistake. Not only did the suspicions of the Tertian agent intensify, but the original story also got worse and worse. But she still clearly remembered the day when an unknown number called her. And then a voice told her that her parents had had an accident. She couldn't imagine how to live without them, and shortly after she decided to commit suicide, so now she couldn't let anyone experience this pain. Alexa said that the Grand Duke and his wife were heading home, but that they could be attacked at any moment by the Emperor's soldiers, so they might suffer a lot. Mr. Burton was extremely surprised that she knew such subtle details of classified information. Clutching the paper in his hand, he thought that his brother had spoken about this, but he couldn't suspect that the imperial family would do such a thing. Looking closely at his interlocutor, he was very surprised that she spoke about this with such confidence. Alexa always protected them from danger, because when the epidemic broke out, she knew the cause was the river, after which she reported an increase in the price of the precious stone, and then spoke about the medicinal properties of the gabbing herb. It was as if she saw the future. The man admitted that Cluster told him the same thing about his suspicions regarding the attack. He handed her a report, where it was written that they had discovered mercenaries who were preparing an ambush. The girl said it was necessary to stop the Grand Duke's couple now, to which he replied that it was too difficult a task for him. He explained that without clear evidence, it would be difficult to convince the Grand Duke. But if he couldn't find evidence, then the Duke would return as planned. Alexa thought that she really didn't have any evidence, but fortunately, she knew the story from beginning to end. In the original story, the Grand Duke received a report about this, and to learn the true state of affairs, he hastily backed down, after which a surprise attack was carried out on him. Therefore, without significant evidence, they could not convince him in any way. But this was not the only problem, because the girl could also create a new plot twist if she left Easy's parents alive. Getting up from his seat, he urgently asked to call Mr. Cluster to discuss new details with him. The girl confidently stated that she remembered there was a way to convince the Grand Duke not to make hasty moves. That same evening, the Grand Duke Terzian received a written message from Baron Birchen. The man asked Cluster if this letter was sent by none other than his brother. After carefully reading the message, Carlyle couldn't understand if the truth was written in it. He said that based on the information they sent and his own intelligence, a very interesting order was issued. The group also couldn't understand how their brother could give such a strange order after talking to that girl once. The Grand Duke mysteriously said that, whatever the case, their return journey was much more interesting than they had imagined. A couple of hours earlier, Alexa said there was a way to avoid the attack by the Grand Duke's pursuers. Burstyn asked her with interest if she really had a way to convince His Highness. The girl said that in times of war, there are spies who steal information and sell it to the enemy, and she can help catch this gang. Mr. Burstyn was extremely surprised that she could help with this, but he said that if spies were involved, then His Highness would change the return schedule. The next day, the Grand Duke's army went straight to the hiding place of the so-called spies. Upon entering, the group shouted that this building was captured in the name of Grand Duke Terzian, after which he ordered the arrest of everyone. He confidently stated that all these people were selling military secrets to the enemy, so they shouldn't miss anyone. All the people inside began to run in all directions, trying to save their lives. The commander-in-chief shouted that if anyone resists, they can be killed. After some time, one of the guards came to the Grand Duke and the Duchess to inform them of the information they had received. He said that the main evidence was discovered in a secret underground shelter. After reading the documents, Carlyle informed his wife that this was evidence of the espionage that Birchen had reported. When her husband showed her the papers, the woman observed with horror that behind all the spies was the coat of arms of the imperial nobility. He told her that this was none other than the coat of arms of the Duplex family, one of the four most influential ducal houses. The man added that the Duke of Duplex instigated contact with the enemy, and that these were letters containing unauthorized movements of imperial soldiers. Carlyle said that it is difficult to believe that the Duplex family decided to take such adventurous actions, because they were always only concerned with wealth and pleasure. His wife calmly reported that all the movements of the imperial soldiers were carried out along their return route. The letter says that the army should disguise themselves as mercenaries and send soldiers to Margin, Bruman, and Anson, where they must prepare an ambush and await the objective's movement direction, then intercept him, kill him, and burn his remains. The Grand Duke tried to understand why the Duke of Duplex attacked his family, but then he realized that the Emperor was to blame. His wife calmly offered to slaughter the Duke of Duplex for such disrespect towards them. Seeing the surprise on her husband's face, she explained that this duke was one of the closest to the emperor. The woman said that if all this was not an order from the emperor, it was most likely a rebellion. His wife severely reported that they could not leave a traitor to the empire alive. Looking confidently at her husband, she suggested taking this opportunity to warn the emperor. Cluster approached them and informed them that all the culprits had been captured, and they were detained. The Grand Duke explained to him that he must act immediately, because he had to present the heads of the traitors to the emperor when they met. At the imperial palace, the servants tried to stop Carlyle, saying they couldn't do anything without prior notice. This did not stop the Grand Duke, so he simply burst into the negotiation room. Obviously, all officials did not expect to see Duke Terzian in full health, and with his head on his shoulders. The man who entered said he apologized to the great emperor for bursting in unceremoniously. Smiling, Carlyle asked if everything was fine with those present, because it was as if they had seen a ghost. The emperor understood what he was insinuating, so he politely greeted his subordinate. He added that even if they were half animals, it was bad manners. And then he asked if they really didn't know the etiquette of the imperial court. The Duke said they hadn't been there for a long time because they only needed to show something. The group handed a small chest to one of the servants, and the Emperor ordered the contents to be checked. When the boy opened the gift, he couldn't stand still, fell to the floor, and it fell from his hands. The severed head of Duke Duplex, whom the Emperor had ordered Duke Turgeon to kill, flew out of the chest. The young Emperor was stunned when he was presented with the head of a close collaborator of the Duke. All the officials immediately rushed towards the mysterious object, after which a clamor of worried voices swept through the hall. Tiles asked about the meaning of this demented act presented by Grand Duke Turgeon. The man explained that evidence of Duke Duplex's treason against the Empire had been discovered, and against the Emperor, so he made his decision. The Grand Duke added that the culprit was selling Turgeon's military secrets to their common enemy. He said that the Duke forced the Imperial army to follow his orders. Carlyle handed the paper with the information to the Emperor and explained that all relevant evidence had been received, so he could check it for himself. One of the officials started shouting that they should interrogate Turgeon and then remove his head, to which Tiles ordered everyone to be quiet. The Emperor said he was grateful to them for their hard work, so in the name of the imperial family, he would inflict terrible punishment on the traitor's family. Duke Turgeon thanked him and said it was very smart of him, after which he said that if Tiles makes the traitors pay, then he can leave. As soon as they left, the Emperor asked the officials to get rid of all the evidence that the Turgeon family had brought, and then condemn all members of the Duplex family for the crime of giving unauthorized orders to the troops. He added that they had to go to the magic tower and take from there everything he had entrusted to them, because he wanted to get rid of these wolf cubs. When Carlyle returned with his wife and army, he happily announced that they had to return to Turgeon. Throughout the next night, the Emperor couldn't sleep because he constantly remembered his conversation with Duke Turgeon. He remembered his words very well that the Duke of Duplex sold military secrets to the enemy and forced the Imperial army to follow his orders. Feeling desperate, Teals threw his wine glass on the floor and shouted how dare he do such a thing. His worries were interrupted by the entry of the butler, who brought him important information. The man reported that the Grand Duke had left a detachment of knights in the Imperial Palace to properly investigate who was transmitting the military secrets of Turgeon. The Emperor thought that this time he saw the whole essence of the damned beasts. He informed the butler that they also had to respond appropriately, so he ordered Turgeon's men to be instructed to monitor them, to which the butler told him that it would be difficult to access the Duke's estate, and even more so, they had no reason to send someone there immediately. Tiles reasoned that the arrogant wolves, unable to refuse, would have no choice but to remain loyal to the imperial family. And to him, the guy ordered that the 9th prince be sent, to which the man asked if he really meant Prince Jeremy. The Emperor reported that he and the young Duke Turgeon were probably the same age, and that he himself had lived on the estate for a while due to their close relationship, so they wouldn't suspect anything. Tiles explained that they had to prepare the 9th prince as soon as possible, so that his people could sneak in under this pretext. The butler took a small bottle of green liquid out of his jacket and said he had fulfilled his order. The Emperor asked what they said about this drug in the magic tower, to which he replied that not even wolves could stand this poison. Teals was very happy with this news, so he said that with this potion, they could surely finish off the cheerful wolf cubs. The next day, Alexa studied the poisonous properties of belladonna and ivy, as well as their combination. Next to her, Taran asked wearily how much longer she had left to study, to which she replied that she needed to research a bit. Issy and Taran constantly tried to get her attention, saying they wanted to go out with her. Well, she reads books all day. The girl knew that with Mr. Beerson's help, she had somehow avoided an attack against the Grand Duke. But the novel described a direct method of murder using poison. And moreover, things had already happened that were supposed to happen after Isildur became a man, so she constantly prepared for everything. Her friend and the puppy were very angry with her because she rarely paid attention to them. A servant entered the room and reported that Sir Birchton was looking for her. The man added that the man wanted to tell her about the progress of the previous case, so she immediately ran to Birchton's office. As soon as Isildur and Taran saw her run away from them, they immediately started complaining and asking her to stay. A moment later, Alexa burst into Mr. Birchton's office, wanting to know all the details of what happened. The man invited her in, and in the meantime, she wondered if everything was all right between the Grand Duke and his wife. She explained that thanks to her they remained safe and sound, and once the espionage case was resolved, they went home peacefully. Hearing this, the girl fell exhausted to the floor, saying that this was great joy for everyone. Wiping the tears from her face, she thought about how scared she was that her puppy might lose his parents. Birchen approached her and told her that he needed to ask her something. He asked where she had learned all this information, because the Grand Duke was also tormented by opinions on this topic. The worried man asked her if she could explain everything to him right now. She worried that she couldn't tell them that she could remember her past life, because this whole world was a short story she had once read in a past life. Holding his hand to her chest, Alexa firmly communicated that she knew what would happen in the future. The man asked her in surprise if she really wanted to tell him that she could see the near future. The girl understood that although it sounded terrible, it was the best way to explain everything. She could never stand for all the people she loved so much to suddenly hate her. The thought that they might think she was a witch, or even worse, that she had gone mad, terrified her. Alexa reasoned that although it seemed a little forced, they should have understood her feelings. The trembling girl said that, unfortunately, that was all she could explain to him, even though he thought she was strange. The man said that he didn't think so at all, because with the help of her precious ability, she had already saved them several times. He thanked her for saving the Grand Duke and all of Tertian once again. Seeing that she was still trembling, Birchen ordered the butler to urgently bring her warm water and a handkerchief. When she calmed down, the man apologized for scaring her so much, to which she replied that she was fine now. He said worriedly that she had cried a lot, so now she must rest well. As soon as she left, Mr. Birchen asked the servant what he thought about this, to which he replied that, given Alexa's active actions, this could not be explained except by predictions. The man said that it really doesn't matter if she sees the future or not, because for them, she has become something more than a kind of faith. Selina, who was hiding behind the stairs, unintentionally overheard their conversation. She was interested in a question Mr. Bearston asked about how they could report this to the Grand Duke. The man asked the servant to check the documents that Alexa had collected and bring them to him. Realizing that it would soon be declassified, Selina tried to slip unnoticed into another room. Hearing strange sounds, Birchen headed for the stairs and said he heard someone here. Meanwhile, Selina went to her room to write a letter to her lover about Alexa, predicting her future. Realizing what she was doing now, the girl involuntarily threw the pen away. The ex-slave didn't understand how much longer she would have to do this so as not to die. After arriving at the mansion by order of the sorceress, she did not stop looking for information and sending it to her by letters, but she never received a single reply. All the maids are constantly busy, watching the new maid everywhere. Selina, you couldn't even get close to the upper class. And the human girl constantly says something incomprehensible. Covering her face with her hands, she thought if she really had to live in this mansion her whole life. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid who entered her room without knocking. Surprised to find a new maid out of service, the girl began to talk about having to clean the fitting room and then asked if she had really come back to hide and ignore work. Selina obediently bowed to her and said, bewildered, that she would immediately return to her work. Suddenly, the maid handed her a letter in which it was written that the sender was Luella. Taking the envelope in her hands, the girl was very happy that the owner had not abandoned or forgotten her. Upon opening the letter, she read that the woman had received all the letters she had sent, although they were useless, so she would have to work. The sorceress wrote that there was only one thing her slave could do for me, and that was to steal Alexa's position from me. She talked about how she was a simple girl who did housework in some village, so Selina should be able to handle her. The letter also said that she should try to persuade her not to fire her. And at the same time, the snake in Selina's hand began to cause her terrible pain. The maid shouted at her to hurry up and not read all sorts of letters. After taking the necessary supplies, the new maid left her bedroom and leaned tiredly against the door. The girl thought that she could no longer allow her mistress to control her. She decided that if her life depended on Alexa, then she had to do everything possible to stay alive. The next day, after finishing a medicine class, the teacher asked if his student had any questions. The girl asked him if he had other books on poisons, because she had already read the ones he gave her last time. She added that she would like to find something, to which he replied that there were no other books on his lands. Alexa, embarrassed, said that if the books ran out, then there was no other way. After which she thanked her teacher. Confused by this question, the student began to whisper quietly where she could find at least some information. Her monologue was interrupted by Karloff, who said he had heard about her from Baron Bursten. He said that she saved the Grand Duke from an attack, and furthermore this time, she spends day after day in her room, reading only books related to poison. The man said that, whatever the case, she seemed to be concerned about poison, after which he added that he had certain reasons to search, so he would try to find information related to poison. Her teacher firmly suggested that this time she finally rest and trust him. He said that if she didn't do this, her nearby wolf cubs would definitely screw her over. Alexa thought that he was the best medical expert in the world, so he could find information faster than her. The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, after which he said that this was the end of her lesson. After leaving the office, the puppy's owner thought for a long time that her teacher had asked her to trust him. As soon as she came out, Taran and Isildis immediately ran up to her, happy that their classes were finally over. The boy asked her if she wouldn't read educational books today. The girl said that the teacher saw that she was very tired, so he told her to rest, and gave her no homework, so she has no more lessons. Hearing this, her friend happily offered to play with them, and Izzy began to lick her curls. Taran asked, with interest, what she would like to do on this day off. After thinking for a while, Alexa said she would like to go on a picnic, something she had been planning for so long. Once everything was ready, the maid said that her master must be incredibly happy, to which he barked happily. The girl said she was very grateful to the maids for preparing everything so quickly and thoroughly, despite how suddenly she had asked, to which the maid replied that she had simply prepared everything for tea in the garden. While they were exchanging jokes, another picnic participant started approaching them from around the corner. As soon as Alexa saw her, she immediately called her to join them, which greatly puzzled Taran and Isildis. Selena kept away from them for a while because she didn't dare approach without permission. Her friend immediately ran up to her and started asking why she called this maid, to which she replied in a whisper that she had promised to invite her to a picnic. She added quietly that she felt very good thinking that they were all together. The angry boy said he only wanted to spend this day alone with her. When they sat down at the table, an awkward silence fell over the garden due to the uninvited guest. Isildis looked at her very angrily, not understanding what exactly he didn't like about her. Alexa clearly felt that the atmosphere between them was not the most favorable. She was the first to break the silence, saying that she was grateful to Selena for coming to her unexpected invitation, to which she replied that if Lady Alexa invited her, then she was definitely obliged to come. And since she was only a maid, the girl could talk as she pleased. Noticing the bracelet on the human girl's hand, the girl involuntarily thought that she had never seen one like it before, which means Alexa had bought it recently. The maid said that this bracelet suits her very well, to which Alexa replied that she had bought it recently. She took the bracelet off her hand and handed it to her new friend, saying that she was giving it to her to celebrate that they had become friends. The new maid suddenly and rudely snatched the bracelet from her hand, saying she would wear it gratefully. Taran, who saw what was happening, got up from the table and said firmly that she needed to apologize to her sister for her insolence. Alexa tried to calm him down, telling him that it was fine and that he had nothing to worry about. The girl could not admit the fact that this was not the main character at all, because in the novel, she had a completely different character. The Selena she read about was a red-haired, sweet and kind girl, like a goddess. The main character sympathized with Isildos's complex character and accepted him as he was. In the process of getting closer, she didn't care at all about the wounds on his arm that the mischievous puppy left on him. Seeing how kind she was to him, he gradually began to open his heart and soul to her. But in the real world, Selena absolutely did not need the puppy. Alexa understood that Isildis and Taran absolutely hated the new maid. The girl was still trying to figure out if she had changed the original story she had once read. But she was confused by the fact that the girl had the same name and exactly the same appearance as the main character. Thinking that she should stop thinking about it, Alexa passed a piece of cake to her new friend. Taran grabbed the cake from the plate and immediately ate it, saying that he liked her too. Seeing that he had eaten everything, the girl said she should have left some for Selena. The maid was annoyed by the fact that she was not being treated as she should be, so she reported that she was apparently interfering with their time together. Alexa tried to explain to her that this is not true at all, and they are very happy about it. Realizing that in the original story, the puppy really loved Selina's hands. She invited her new friend to hold him in her hands. The maid replied that she did not dare to take her master in her hand, to which Alexa said that everything would be fine. Looking at her angrily, Selina said that she sincerely apologized to Mr. Isildas. As soon as her hand was next to his head, the puppy started growling angrily. Jumping onto the table, he continued to bark at her, causing the maid to fall off her chair. Worried, Alexa quickly ran to her and started asking if she was all right. Selina was annoyed that a human girl had embarrassed her again. The girl ordered her puppy to apologize to her guest. Taking him in her hands, the puppy's owner said she was very sorry for what happened. Getting up from the lawn, the maid stated that she was fine and then started walking out of the park. She added that she had to leave because she had too much work, so she apologized. Taran boiled up again with such impudence, so he ordered her to stop immediately. He asked how to make the maid leave without the master's permission, after which he pointed out that such behavior was inexcusable. Selina felt intense pressure from him and suddenly realized that he was much stronger than her. Alexa, worried, asked her friend not to behave this way towards guests. Suddenly, everyone present heard a strange, deafening sound, after which they stopped arguing. A maid was already running towards them, trying to shout at them, and Alexa, meanwhile, tried to understand what that sound was. The maid grabbed the girl by the shoulders and started telling her that now was not the time to take yourself. Seeing their surprised faces, the woman said that His Majesty Duke Tercion and his wife had arrived at the estate. All the guards became alarmed and started acting quickly to quickly open the gates to the entire army. All the employees shouted happily that their excellency had finally arrived. As soon as the gates opened, the army immediately entered the estate, where they were greeted cheerfully by the servants. Everyone shouted how happy they were that their Grand Duke and Grand Duchess had finally returned. Alexa, Taran, and Isildas also hurried to the main square to see the war heroes with their own eyes. In the original story, the Grand Duke of Terziana was a wonderful man, but in reality, he was even more so because absolutely all citizens fully trusted him. The Duke made it clear that he was indeed the only true master of Terzian. Mr. Bearston came out to greet him and told him it was a great honor for him to see him again. Dismounting his horse, Carlyle reported that Bearston had done a very good job in his absence. Wiping the tears from his eyes, the man reported that everyone was now safe. And he was so happy about this that tears sprang from his eyes. The Duke asked where his son was now, to which Bertrand replied that Isildas was most likely next to Alexa. His Highness asked in surprise who Alexa was, after which he turned his head towards the puppy girl. As soon as he saw them, he immediately started walking towards them, saying it had been a long time since they saw each other. Isildo fidgeted very worriedly in his lover's hands, because he didn't expect his father to return so soon. As soon as the man approached and started talking to Alexa, Izzy immediately started growling at him. The girl bowed to her master and said it was a great honor for her to meet him in person. She said her name is Alexa, that she lives in a mansion and takes care of young Master Isildas. Carlyle rubbed his chin mysteriously, smiled a little, and got lost in his thoughts. He thought about what Burton had apparently mentioned about her in his reports. When he spoke about a girl nothing was known about. The man thanked her for helping Terzian during his absence, after which he stated that thanks to her, he was alive. So she was the true benefactor of this estate. The Grand Duke stated that they must reward their benefactor, so he asked her what she wanted. Seeing the surprise on her face, he explained that he could do anything for her, because if she needed a place to live, then he could provide it for her, and also give her countless riches and diamonds. Having said this, Carlyle did not stop looking at her mysteriously and waiting for what she would answer him. The girl was stunned by such a generous offer, and Easy in her hands started to growl even louder. He suggested that for her as a person it would be quite difficult to live on the estate, so he suggested she live among people, where it would be much safer than in Terzian. Alexa quickly realized that the Grand Duke wanted to skillfully kick her out of the mansion. She knew he hated people, because once a person betrayed him, so he still doubted people. But she didn't want to leave the puppy alone at all. Isildo, meanwhile, noticed her worries and started growling even louder at his own father. The puppy's owner couldn't hold him, so he managed to slip out of her hands and ran towards Carlyle. Issy seemed to increase in size, after which he attacked the Grand Duke of Terzian. A couple of moments later, the puppy was hanging from Carlyle's neck in his arms, who wondered why he was doing this to his father. The man spoke of his son being a naughty scamp, and the servants were delighted that he could hold him so easily with one hand. A spark of anger ran between the son and the father, because both considered themselves too arrogant. Taran intervened in the conversation and began to say that Alex's sister is the owner of Isildis, so she should stay with them, because she would never accept the reward and leave them. The Grand Duke asked what he had just said, if he really believed his son had a lover. The boy said that the puppy only obeys Alex, and that he also eats only from her hands. He added that Izzy couldn't stand an hour without her, and would attack anyone who dared to harm her, no matter who the opponent was. Carlyle wondered if his son would attack his own father if he somehow hurt this girl. Taran confidently stated that he wasn't talking about this at all, and Alexa tried to stop her friend. Isildis, at lightning speed, escaped from the Grand Duke's hands and ran to his lover. Approaching her, he began to complain pitifully about how unfair everyone around him was. Taking him in her arms, the girl began to calm him down and tell him that everything was fine. The Duke was approached by his wife, who wholeheartedly begged her husband to stop. Turning around, Carlyle said that his son didn't even recognize his parents and called a human girl his lover, but he would still allow her to stay in the palace. Recalling something, Alexa immediately asked His Majesty to stop, because she needed to say something. The girl sincerely thanked him for allowing her to stay on the estate. She added that everything she has done so far was only because she fell in love with Izzy and the others, so she is not doing it for the reward. Carlyle said that since she didn't need a reward, he would wait a little longer and see if it was true. After arriving, the Grand Duke headed to the bathroom, where he could finally take a break from the hard journey. His wife entered the room and said it had been a long time since they took a hot bath, and that they had already forgot how pleasant it was. Ophelia stood in front of him wearing only a robe, wondering if they could bathe together. The man realized that he had to play the bad guy in front of the children, and now she offers to bathe together. The woman asked him in a good mood what he thought of the girl, whose name was Alexa. She said that she wasn't that bad for a person, although she trembled under the influence of the wolf spirit. She was very impressed by her, because she was able to express everything she wanted. But what surprised her the most was her son's obedience. Ophelia took off her robe and said that she also liked this girl, so she suggested they wait and see what happens next. Her husband agreed with her, after which he pulled her towards him so she would be in the bath with him, telling her that he hadn't been home in a long time and they needed to enjoy their vacation. The maids stayed outside the doors and discussed how their masters were spending their time. The woman ordered the maid to bring more incense because she thought it would take a long time. Suddenly, His Majesty called the head maid and told her he wanted to tell her something. When she approached, he asked her to tell everyone in the castle that they should rest for the next week. At the same time, Alexa again heard a strange sound, and Taran said it was the first time he heard such a howl. Looking out the window, he assumed that this time the knights had returned, to which the girl commented that it would be good if she didn't have anything special. Recalling what had happened, she furiously asked him how he could say such words in front of His Majesty the Grand Duke. Seeing the confusion in his gaze, she reminded him that he had said she was Issy's lover, to which he asked her what was wrong with that, if it was true. The boy explained that Lord Isildis obeys her and only does what she orders, after which he asked if this didn't mean being a lover. What is it then? Alexa objected that, if you look at it from the parent's point of view, then there is very little joy in this. Seeing her excitement, Taran happily announced that he really liked her, which greatly angered the puppy. He explained that His Majesty the Grand Duke was testing her, so he pointed her out to know if she wanted to gain something by helping Tercion. The boy cheerfully said that the atmosphere, of course, is not important, but he thought about the future, because she is a very kind person. The girl agreed with his words and thought that she had never known before that he cared so much about her. Smiling sweetly, Alexa sincerely thanked her friend for the kind words. In help, a woman entered the room and reported that she had been told her son was there. This was Berchan's wife, whose name was Violet. She was also Taran's mother. Seeing her, the boy was surprised and involuntarily exclaimed, but immediately afterwards ran into her arms. Seeing the woman, the girl thought that this time she might return from the battlefield. Violet examined her son's new friend and asked if she was the same Alexa. The girl obediently bowed her head and greeted her, to which Taran's mother introduced herself and said she was very happy to meet her. She said she knew how she took care of her son in his absence, so she began to thank her, to which the girl replied that in reality, he was helping her a lot. The woman noticed that the girl was as kind as she had heard, and also small and cute. Alexa, embarrassed, said that she was praising her a lot, and Izzy started barking happily, coinciding with her words. Violet asked what happened to the puppy, to which his owner said he was simply very hungry, because they missed lunch due to the meeting with the Duke and Duchess. Taran's mother asked if the issue was that she hadn't eaten yet. After that, she invited them to have a snack together that she would prepare, which everyone was incredibly happy about. Violet asked her son if she should cook egg fried rice, to which he replied that his sister cooks better. Suddenly, within the walls of the estate, the strange wolf roar they had heard before was heard again. Taran asked his mother what kind of sound that was, because it was the first time he heard such a sound, to which she replied that it was an expression of the joy of those returning from battle. Alexa remembered reading about the celebration howl in the original story. Upon returning from war, wolves engage in relaxation, which mainly consists of spending a week in the company of their loved ones. The girl thought that if that was the case, then it must be very difficult for Miss Violet to explain everything. Luckily, the maid she was looking for, Miss Birchin, entered the room. The girl who entered said that His Majesty the Grand Duke had ordered a week off. The woman listened attentively and advised her that at times like these, polite behavior would be to sit quietly in her room. Taran still couldn't understand what they were talking about and why they couldn't leave the room. Alexa explained that they should not disturb their rare moments of rest, because everyone must be very tired, so it is worth sitting in silence for a week. The woman couldn't believe that the girl could convince her son so easily. That same evening, servants ran frantically around the castle, while the head maid said the castle would be closed for the next week, so they should check if they had enough of everything. While giving orders, someone ran up behind her, demanding her attention. Turning around, the woman saw the new maid Selena, after which she asked what was wrong. Having caught her breath, the girl said through clenched teeth that she had a very important question for her. The head cleaner said she was very busy, so she asked her to quickly explain what she needed. Selena snorted angrily and said she had received a very reckless order. The girl shouted that no one warned her about the unscheduled weekend. She said she was ordered not to attend to Lady Alexa anymore, but to clean the room again. After hearing her, the woman explained that everything was exactly as it was, because the Duke himself had ordered it. She explained that for the whole week, all maids are forbidden to leave their rooms for the most comfortable rest of the owners. All movements are forbidden to the maximum, so the maids wait in their rooms, and nothing more. The head cleaner added that the girl could work alone, because she would personally attend to Miss Alexa. Selena couldn't believe that she had lost her seat so easily, so she brought her hand to her head. Noticing the bracelet on her hand, the woman grabbed her and began to ask where she got Lady Alexa's bracelet. Pulling her hand from her grip, the girl said that her mistress gave it to her in memory of their friendship, after which she stated that if she didn't believe her, she could ask her personally. Selena looked angrily at her interlocutor and said triumphantly that she loved her very much. The girl suggested that, in this situation, she should attend to Miss Alexa during the weekend, and not the main maid. The woman said that she was simply a very kind girl and felt sorry for her, but that one way or another, she could not change her decision. She added that, from what she heard, during her last outing with Miss Alexa, the girl was rude to her, so she must remember that if she didn't get rid of her impudence, she wouldn't be able to stay on the estate. Shrinking in horror, Selena said in a timid voice that she understood everything perfectly. Without saying more to her, the head cleaner turned around and said that if she understood everything, then she should go back to work. Left alone, the girl thought that it was impossible to retreat so easily. If she wants to take Alexa's place according to Luela's orders, then she must stay by her side at all costs and find a weak spot. Returning to her room, the ex-slave pressed against the door and began to talk about what she should do now if she couldn't attend to her. She began to speculate out loud that she heard that the Grand Duke hated her and had to kick her out. But instead, the Tertian marriage accepted her with gratitude, so it was necessary to get rid of her as soon as possible. Otherwise, the evil sorceress might be the first to get rid of the useless slave. In the imperial palace, the butler woke up the emperor, who couldn't believe what he was saying. The man reported in a trembling voice that Tertian's knights delivered evidence, and they executed 2 charges, accusing them of conspiring with Duplex, and that the imperial seal was also present among the evidence. He added that the Council of Nobles was eager to recognize the evidence, so a group of nobles led by Count Largan requested a personal meeting with His Majesty. Without hearing the end of the report, Tiles, angry, threw a wine bottle on the floor where the butler had recently been. He became completely furious, thinking that some nobles dared to interrogate him. Old Largan has been against him since he became crown prince. The emperor assumed that maybe this time he would use the fact of trying to harm Duke Turgeon as an excuse. The guy thought that the duke was probably going to use the evidence to accuse him. Tiles told the butler that the stupid old men have no idea what is more important, because for the sake of the imperial family, these decrepit wolves must disappear. Since the founding of the country, their imperial family has endured many dangers. There was a legend that the imperial family was chosen by God and then lost control. In fact, it was now said that the original god in wolf form chose Turgeon, but he abandoned the throne, and the imperial family took his place. It was because of such a legend that Turgeon's followers appeared, hated by the emperor. There were so many of these people that the imperial family had to transfer some power to the Turgeons. Therefore, now banging the table with his fist, the emperor thought he needed to put an end to all this nonsense quickly. Getting up from the sofa, he shouted at the butler that he refused to meet with the Count of Argan, and ordered him to tell him that the imperial family knew nothing. Looking at him angrily, he ordered Jeremy to be brought to him because he needed to make sure. The ninth prince, Jeremy Temperchi, immediately appeared before his older brother. The angry emperor asked him to quickly come closer so they could talk. He asked him if he knew that he was going to be sent to Balak Castle, to which he replied affirmatively. Tiles said that because of his loyalty, he would take care of his mother with all his might. The boy said he was very grateful to His Majesty, and he himself began to think about his mother. She was not loved, because all her life was continuous suffering, so for her he could not miss this opportunity. The emperor said that he would undergo training before being sent to the Turgeons, but that the guy said he would do his best, something that wouldn't have to happen. Smiling satisfied, Tiles ordered the prisoners to be ready to help the prince train. Noticing the frightened expression on his brother's face, he remembered that he hadn't told him yet what the training would entail. The guy asked Jeremy if he knew how to kill people in cold blood. During the entire time that the Turgeon estate was declared a day off, Taran and Izzy spent the night with Alexa. The girl thought that she didn't have to do anything, but rather stay in the room. So she felt terrible disappointment and couldn't believe that the week would last that long. Looking at the sleepy Taran and Isildas, she quietly said that they had nothing to do either. So they were just sleeping. Alexa quickly read all the books she had, so she decided to make a toy for the puppy. When she finished making the toy carrot, she thought it turned out quite well. A maid entered the room and said she had prepared a dessert for her, and Alexa said she was making a toy for Issy. The puppy's owner explained that the sense of smell helps babies like wolf cubs develop their sense of smell, so they can use it better in life, and a toy like this can help him relax. She placed tasty food in the box and inserted a carrot on top so the puppy could play. Searching for tasty food by smell, the maid said it was simply an amazing idea for developing intelligence while playing, to which the girl replied that she was very bored, so she decided to try it. The woman said that she also wanted to do something similar, so she immediately went to look for materials. Alexa stopped her just in time, asking how her maid Selena was, since she hadn't seen her since the beginning of the weekend. The head cleaner said that the girl was currently cleaning the assigned area and was not allowed to leave during the weekend. She added that to properly attend to Lady Alexa, the maid also receives etiquette training. In response to the girl's objection that Selena did not need to learn etiquette, the woman reminded her that she had been very rude to her. The woman stated that hiring her as a maid was a wrong decision, because such a job requires a lot of training, and she was ignorant and incredibly rude. She said that even the butler who told her to hire her now regrets it and apologizes on occasion. The head cleaner said that no matter what, the girls needed education, to which Alexa asked her not to be so strict. The woman asked her to wait a little, because she was going to bring more materials. As soon as she left, the girl began to think why the main character became like this. Selena not only failed to befriend Isildas, but every time they met, the puppy got angrier. Taran, after the picnic, also said that he never wanted to see his new maid again because he didn't like her. Alexa was worried about how she could become the main character if things went on like this. In the original stories, the girl saved 3 main characters, the main one being Isildo, who lost his parents to the emperor and declared war. Taran also lost his parents and participated in the war started by his master. The girl also had to save the 9th Prince Jeremy, whom the emperor used as a puppet in the war with Tertian. Each of them fought for their own reasons, following the anger that swept over them, so they turned the world into a battlefield. Selena saved them from this fate by appearing in the story as a divine being, so if things go on like this, the girl will lose her way and will not be able to return to the main role. Alexa thought that this time she even managed to avoid the surprise attack and the Emperor's war. In the original story, the Emperor was a very, very persistent character, so he definitely wouldn't give up, and he would try to harm Tertian. The girl firmly decided that in moments like these one must be on guard, so you can't just sit and complain about the main character. Alexa decided that she would try to protect this world in the name of Selena. She wanted to break all flags that were minimally related to the war, since she had already defeated the plot of the illness, as well as the plot of the Grand Duke's death. Looking at her sleeping friends, the girl thought she just needed to be there and protect them. In this case, the only unknown variable was Prince Jeremy. The girl tried to find out when the prince would appear, but at that moment, a maid ran into the room, shouting that she had brought materials. The woman said she really wanted to make a radish bed and not a carrot one, like hers did. When she entered, Isildis and Taran woke up, so Alexa presented them with a new toy. While they weren't playing, the girl again thought that she just needed to do everything she could instead of Selena. As Isildis got treats out of the new toy, he thought about how he wanted to give everyone a happy ending. When the sun set, Baron Birchen walked slowly down the corridor, carrying important documents in his hands. He stopped when he saw a silhouette in front of the open window, after which he wondered who it could be. Approaching, he recognized the dark silhouette of his master, Duke Tercion. Smiling, Carlyle said calmly that they hadn't seen him in a week. Burson said the Duke looked great, to which he replied that thanks to everyone's care, he had a wonderful vacation. He asked how his mission was going, to which the Baron replied that he was only bringing him investigation reports on Lady Alexa. As ordered, the Grand Duke extended his hand to look at his intelligence data. The Baron said they reviewed everything carefully and examined her entire short life. Picking up the papers, Carlyle read that she was an orphan working in a village inn, but nothing else in particular. Throwing the papers on the floor, he asked in surprise if this report was really no different from the previous one. The man wondered if he had conducted a superficial investigation due to his sympathy for this human girl. Baron Birchen explained that he examined everything carefully, but found nothing. Because Alexa is an ordinary girl, the Duke was very surprised that the most ordinary girl could foresee the future. He also reminded her that she was using her power to help Tercion, whose inhabitants weren't even people like her. Having presented all the arguments, he strictly concluded that it was simply impossible to believe. Having calmed down, His Highness suggested doing nothing special, but simply waiting for her to reveal her true colors. Carlyle quickly moved on to another task, because he also asked to prepare a report on the Emperor's actions. Baron Birchen said that by order of His Majesty, the nobles executed the traitors. Now they are actively criticizing the Emperor's actions, because they are more consistent with the Empire's enemy. And upon hearing such news, the Emperor became very angry, so the royal house in the imperial family. Isildo's father laughed out loud and asked the Baron to continue his story. Looking smugly at his friend, he said it was very funny that they were executing nobles who supported the Emperor. And moreover, he was still looking for evidence to blackmail him so that the traitors would destroy themselves. Bichton reported that the penetration of the Emperor's spies into their territory had been confirmed. Smiling, the Duke asked him if he really had the courage to make insidious plans. He ordered the Baron to find them all and kill them, and when he cuts off their heads, he must send them to the capital, so that this will be a great warning to the Emperor. Carlyle suggested putting an end to this, but the Baron said he had something else to report. The man took an antidote out of his jacket and handed it to the Duke, saying that Karloff prepared it personally. He explained that Lady Alexa said that His Excellency might be poisoned, so he became very worried. Because if it were anyone else, he would have considered it strange and ignored it. But Lady Alexa said it, so he asked Sir Karlov to conduct an investigation. Birchton said that in the meantime, new information had emerged about the development of a new poison by the imperial family, developed in a magic tower, and it was also confirmed that it was especially dangerous for werewolves. So it was nicknamed wolf poison. The man added that the poison is too strong to be completely neutralized, but the antidote can prevent instant death, so Sir Karloff begs him to always carry the antidote with him. After listening carefully to his friend, the Grand Duke Turgeon thought for a moment. Smiling, he again said that all this was also thanks to this child. The Duke said that even if it is impossible to believe, they have no other choice, so he owes this girl his life twice. After a moment, Carlyle said that he would definitely invite her to the celebration dinner. Seeing the bewilderment in his interlocutor's eyes, he explained that this time her actions were like saving not only his life and his wife's, but the lives of all his subjects, so he decided to reward her properly. The next day, all the maids were alarmed and began looking for a suitable dress for Lady Alexa. Sitting in her chair, she held a puppy in her arms, who couldn't stop gnawing on a toy carrot. She addressed the head maid. The girl asked why everyone was so excited, to which she replied that my lady was invited to His Excellency's party. Alexa asked if it wasn't just an ordinary dinner, to which the woman replied that in Tercion, the Grand Duke's celebration dinner had a special meaning. She said that only those personally invited by Grand Duke Turgeon could participate in this event. The woman added that normally only families serving the Grand Duke could participate in it, and the closest blood relatives. The cheerful maid said that the Duke himself invited Lady Alexa to the celebration dinner, which means they value her as if she were of their own blood. Still seeing the confusion in her eyes, the head maid explained that, in other words, she had officially become a member of the Tercion family. Approaching the girl to comb her hair, the woman said that due to the great importance of this event, she should look great. Alexa couldn't help but remember how the butler told her that the Grand Duke was inviting her to a gala dinner. But if she had known that invitation was so important, she would have feigned more joy. The girl still couldn't believe that the Duke, who hated people so much, was willing to accept her into his family. Noticing the confusion on the woman's face, the puppy's owner asked what had happened, to which she replied that due to the luxury of the event, they had to look for a suitable dress. But there wasn't a single suitable dress or jewelry. Alexa asked if she really didn't have luxurious dresses, because she had many beautiful things, to which the maid said that Lady Alexa is very modest, so she doesn't have enough beautiful dresses. The woman menacingly commented that this was a high-level position, so she should dress accordingly. A maid entered the room and said that the Grand Duchess had sent her gifts. After this speech, many servants entered the room, carrying various items of clothing and jewelry. Bending down in front of Lady Alexa, the head maid opened the chest, which was full of various jewels. After the maids presented the gifts, Evlia slowly entered the room and asked them if she was bothering them. Alexa and the head maid quickly bowed their heads and greeted Her Excellency out loud. The Grand Duchess, covering herself with a fan, the woman said that the girl didn't need to be so serious with her. Folding her fan, she said that she had only come to help prepare for the evening event. Sitting in front of her son's lover, Evlia asked her not to worry. The woman said that before helping with the preparations, they should start by assessing the current situation. The Grand Duchess behaved with great joy and nobility, so she asked to bring all of Alexa's dresses. The head maid showed the dress she wanted to offer Lady Alexa, saying it would definitely highlight her pretty appearance, and especially the bow tie, to which the Duchess replied that it wasn't bad, but rather like a child's outfit. Another maid suggested an old-fashioned dress, to which Isildis's mother said it was too old-fashioned, and that it would age her too much. The tense Ophelia menacingly asked how they could put such bad taste in her wardrobe. The third maid suggested the last white dress, which was considered very modern. The Duchess said it had nothing special, and since the reception was entirely entrusted to Baron Birchen, she didn't understand at all what they had been doing this whole time, since they couldn't find a suitable option. The woman asked the head maid what was wrong, to which the woman began to answer, but she was interrupted by Lady Alexa. The girl said she apologized to her ladyship because it was all her fault. She said that the head maid and Sir Bearston constantly told her to try on new dresses, but she felt she already had enough, so she always refused. Oleg shamefully declared that everyone on the estate constantly took care of her. The Duchess confirmed that the head maid always has a lot to do, which made the woman very happy. She then said that perhaps Bearston had decided not to buy any more dresses until she changed her mind. The woman supposed he did this because he always calculates everything very carefully, but since she returned, they must take care of it. The angry Ophelia threateningly shouted at Baron Bearston's wife to approach the girl. Taran's mother kindly informed her that she would help her prepare the festive dinner. A few moments later, Alexa was dressed in the most popular dress in the empire, Violetta also said that she had chosen the perfect and carefully selected jewelry for her. Once the first set was ready, Lady Bearson offered to try on the second dress. The Duchess, looking at them, cheerfully asked if the girl liked the outfits. Alexa said she liked everything very much, so Violetta made her try on many more dresses. Stopping at the green one, the girl noticed with horror that she was extremely tired, and the Duchess asked for even more dresses to be brought. Lowering her gaze to the floor, the puppy's owner noticed a cheerful Issy who kept wagging his tail. She asked him if he was bored waiting for her for so long, to which the puppy shook his head. Isildis was very happy that his beloved looked so beautiful, so he immediately started licking her face. A few moments later, Violetta announced that a new batch of dresses had arrived that had to be tried on. Turning around, Alexa saw another dozen dresses, so she immediately sunk. After putting the puppy on the floor, the girl asked him to wait a little longer. She gently approached the Duchess and addressed her politely, to which she asked what was wrong. Alexa thanked her for everything she had prepared for her, and then said there were too many dresses, because, besides, she has enough dresses and jewelry, and since she is still growing, they might soon become too small for her. Evlia cheerfully stated that the girl turned out to be as simple as they had told her. She added that she perfectly understood what she was talking about, which made Alex a little happy. Isildis's mother explained that it was a simple duty and courtesy on her part. The woman said that commoners also wear clothes appropriate for the time and place, and nobles do the same. Evlia said that in the empire, the Tertian family ranks second in status after the imperial family, so it is the duty of nobles to dress appropriately. She stated that, among other things, the girl takes care of Tertian's direct heir. Sitting in her chair, the Duchess added that in the future, she and her son would hold the same position, so she should wear appropriate dresses. Having finished her monologue, the woman asked if she understood her, and Alexa thought the Duchess was right. Because she was Isildis's caretaker, so she couldn't look poor. Otherwise, she couldn't be part of the Grand Duke's family. After thinking for a while, the girl stated that she was immature, after which she thanked the Duchess for helping her come to her senses, to which she laughed, saying she was a very kind and understanding girl. The woman explained that her thrifty heart was wonderful, but that she shouldn't go too far. Ophelia asked her to try on the remaining outfits, because it was almost time for the gala dinner, and they had to hurry. While trying on another dress, Alexa asked her puppy how he looked in it, to which he barked confidently, trying to tell her it suited her very well. The Duchess asked the head maid to get rid of the old dresses and new ones, because being thrifty isn't bad, but the girl needs to get rid of the old junk. The woman humbly said she would get rid of all the old things immediately. In the estate yard, Selina was sweeping and involuntarily overheard how everyone was running around Alexa. Dropping the broom, the girl thought about how annoying all this was to her, because she was ordered to clean before the weekend was over. Selina was thinking that she needed to find a way to the human girl as quickly as possible. Suddenly, she overheard the conversation of the maids, who were trying to figure out where to take all these dresses. They commented that Lady Alexa had been wearing these dresses for a long time because she was very thrifty. Realizing the dress, Selina ran towards them and shouted at them to wait a minute. She revealed that she was the new maid in charge of all of Lady Alexa's dresses, so she asked where they were taking them. One of the maids reported that they were ordered to get rid of the old dresses, so they were thinking of taking them to the incinerator. After carefully examining the excellent quality of the dress, Selina thought about what spendthrifts people are. She decided to take advantage of the situation and asked them to give her these dresses so she could help them get rid of them. The ex-slave tried for a long time to convince the maids to give her the dress. Finally, one of them said she appreciated her concern, but couldn't do it, because my lady had personally entrusted this matter to them. Selina didn't back down and said everything must be in order, as she is responsible for Lady Alexa's wardrobe. She continued saying that they didn't know how to get rid of the dresses and that she could do it while I wasn't resting. After looking at each other, the maids decided they could give her the dresses, since she knew best which one would be suitable for this. After handing over the clothes, the girls decided they could have a snack in the backyard while no one was looking. Seeing them leave, the ex-slave thought she could use these dresses to get rid of her cursed mistress. She perfectly understood that she shouldn't draw anyone's attention, so she carefully passed by the sleeping guard. In fact, getting rid of the human girl Alexa wasn't that difficult, because Anna could intimidate her, or bend her to her will, or even use force. The problem was the high-ranking lords and the wolves surrounding her, who loved her and protected her as if she were part of their family. Returning to her room, Selena tiredly threw her clothes on the floor, not understanding why they weighed so much. The girl frantically started tearing the clothes apart, ripping off all the precious stones, saying she had very little time left, so she had to hurry and prepare everything. Tearing her dresses to pieces, Selena dreamed of throwing this girl out of the estate. At the same time, the beautifully dressed Alexa was carrying her puppy in her arms and was greeted by the butler, who accompanied the girl to her home. Pushing the chair behind her, the man noticed that this time she looked especially beautiful. The girl thought that, as expected, all the guests were in costume, so she would be embarrassed to dress as usual. It was her first time in the great ballroom, where there were colorful dishes, and delicious ones, but now she finally realized how wonderful this place was. One of the servants announced in a very loud voice that His Highness had just arrived. Grand Duke Terzian and his wife Ophelia entered the hall, followed by the Birchen family. Upon seeing the Duke and Duchess walk in, all the guests solemnly rose from their seats to greet them. Carlisle announced that tonight's celebration dinner was for Alexa, so they could start enjoying the food. Everyone sat together at the table, thanking His Majesty for allowing them to start eating. Ophelia chatted pleasantly with Violet, and Carlisle talked with Baron Birchen. Meanwhile, Alexa reminded her puppy that he would get into trouble if he didn't stop spitting out the vegetables. As she put the broccoli back in his mouth, she told him that he needed a balanced diet if he wanted to grow up healthy. The Duchess said she had heard that feeding her son was a very difficult task, to which the girl asked if she was really that loud. The woman explained that she was grateful for caring so much about her son, so seeing it all in person made her realize how hard Alexa works. Evlia turned to her husband and asked for confirmation, to which he discreetly replied affirmatively. The Grand Duke stated that not only did she excellently care for his son, but she also saved Terzian from crisis many times, and he also saved him and his family several times. The man explained that at first he doubted her because he doesn't trust people, but now he is willing to admit that she helped them with the kindness of her heart. The Duke stood up from the table and bowed to her, saying that he sincerely apologized for his rudeness, and that he was also very grateful to her for her help. All the guests stood up from their seats and followed the Duke's example, which greatly embarrassed Alexa. The girl asked them to stop, saying she had done nothing to deserve such gratitude from them, because on the contrary, she was very happy to be able to help them. Carlisle smiled contentedly and said that her modest soul was very beautiful. Sitting back at the table, he explained that he understood she was under pressure, but that they really wanted to thank her. The man asked her if there was anything she really wanted, to which she replied that all she needed was time with Issy and Taran, besides studying medicine. The Duke solemnly declared her a member of the Terzian family, because it was the least he could do to ensure her daily life was as peaceful as possible. He asked her to continue getting along well with his children, to which she sincerely replied that she was grateful to them. Ophelia said it was inconvenient to address him so formally, so she asked if she could call them by their names from now on, to which the girl replied that it was difficult to address His Highness by his name. The entire event was watched by the maids, who couldn't stop crying, because finally their Lady Alexa was officially recognized as part of the family. The head maid said that the conversation would take a long time, so they had to go get dessert. And then she asked the second maid to clear the table. Suddenly her gaze fell upon Selena, who was passing by them, who was dressed completely out of style. The woman asked if she was really ordered to clean her territory, to which the girl fell to her knees and replied that she was very sorry. Lifting her head, she apologized for her arrogance and then explained that she had thought it through and that she would continue trying to fulfill her duties. Selena said that she had already finished cleaning for the day, so she would like to go to the village. She added that she couldn't send a letter to her aunt for a long time due to too much work, so she was just telling her not to worry and then returning to the estate. The girl begged the head maid to let her return to the village, promising that she would return immediately after contacting her aunt. The woman asked in horror how she could say such a thing, and the second maid said it was already time for dessert. As soon as the head maid answered the call, Selena realized she needed to press further. She grabbed the woman's apron, asking to be released, to which she ordered her to be released immediately. Realizing the situation was desperate, the woman shouted that she could simply send the letter and return to the estate immediately. The girl happily thanked the head maid and told her that this is what she would do. Selina headed straight for the slums of the Tertian Duchy, where she tried to find a place. One day, when she spent day after day in fruitless efforts, she came up with a way to pit the girl against each other and the high-ranking wolves with the help of a sleeping pill. But to achieve this, she needed a very strong medicine. So she sent a letter to Luella, asking how to obtain it. The cunning witch, along with a brief reply, sent the address and said that as soon as she arrived at the right place, she would have to show her hand and pay the required price. The girl was very happy because she found some trinkets to cover the price of the sleeping pills. Knocking on the right door, Selina said she had come to buy some medicine, to which they asked how she knew about this place. Confused, the girl said that she was sent to this particular place because she was told that by coming to this house, she could get the required medicine. An old woman peeking from behind the door stated that she could not trust her, so she had to leave. Selina quickly remembered that her mistress had said in the letter that she needed to show her hand, so she did it right away. The old woman whispered that since she was possessed by dark magic, she could trust her. Upon entering, the girl found a dirty house, completely covered in cobwebs and mold. Walking deeper, she felt a terrible and disgusting smell that began to drive her crazy. As soon as they reached the table, the old witch asked what kind of medicine she needed. Selina quickly let slip that she had only come for a certain sleeping pill. She added that the drug should be potent enough to put even older wolves to sleep. The old woman said it wouldn't be easy to take down high-ranking wolves, so she asked if she had enough money. Selina quickly emptied the contents of her bag, where she kept all the jewels ripped from the dresses. The sorceress said this wasn't money at all, to which the girl replied that they were very valuable things, and that she could simply sell them. Picking up the jewels in her bag, the old woman said this wasn't bad either, so she would prepare the required potion for her. She added that a high-ranking wolf can be put to sleep for a maximum of 10 minutes, but it won't work any longer. The girl said this would be enough, after which she asked for an additional antidote so she wouldn't fall asleep herself. Suddenly, a long needle materialized in the sorceress's hands, after which she told Selina to give her hand. She said that to prepare the antidote she would need her blood, so she quickly pricked the girl's finger, telling her she would prepare an excellent medicine. The next day, Alexa was playing with the puppy again, and Taran complained of severe shoulder pain. Violetta suddenly entered their room and asked the girl if she could step aside for a minute, to which she replied affirmatively. The woman asked if the morning worries about her appearance had tired her out, to which she replied that she was completely fine, but that her friend was slightly ill. Taran's mother immediately began to touch his forehead to understand what was wrong, and the boy said he only had joint pain. The woman cheerfully stated that apparently her son was growing up very fast. Wolves aged 15 to 16 go through puberty, after which they regenerate into adult wolves. So Alexa remembered that in the original story, Taran's growth period came a bit late. Therefore, the girl was very afraid that everything would happen much faster than in the original story. Violet said it seemed Taran was suffering due to his body changing, so there was nothing to worry about. Handing the book to Alex, the woman explained that it was a gift from His Highness, because he decided to gift this book when he learned that the girl was successfully working in the field of medicine. And it was a first-class medical book. Excellent data on the wolf population. The girl sincerely thanked Violetta for bringing such a valuable item. The woman said she would tell His Majesty that she liked the gift very much, to which the puppy's owner said that with this book she would study even more. Soon Taran's mother left them, and thought that the girl looked very cute, and now it was clear why everyone liked her so much. Suddenly, Selina flew in front of Lady Bearston, hit her, and she fell to the floor. Violetta asked in horror if the poor child was all right, because she hadn't noticed her at all. Selina evasively said that actually, she was the one to blame for not looking around. The woman offered to pick up all the cleaning equipment, which was scattered across the hallway. The girl quickly grabbed all the equipment and hurried away from her as fast as possible. Violetta went directly to see Grand Duchess Ophelia, who at that moment was busy sorting work papers. The woman told her that she had given the gift to Lady Alexa, just as she had ordered, and then told her that she really liked the book. Isildas's mother said that she should give the person what they really want, and then suggested that she should talk to Karloff about creating a curriculum that would help her study. Violetta explained that if Her Majesty did this, the girl would definitely be happy. As soon as the woman approached her, the Duchess noticed a strange smell about which she reported to the guest. The woman said she had smelled it somewhere before, because it was gloomy and unpleasant, and it also smelled of black magic. Lady Bearston was seriously frightened by the smell of black magic emanating from her. The Duchess said she wasn't entirely sure, but black magic had always been an enemy of werewolves. She suggested that it was the smell of the Scarlet Tribe, which has competed with wolves since ancient times. Taran's mother excitedly asked how this smell could reach her body, to which Ophelia said it was too early to draw conclusions, because now she didn't feel anything. The woman stated that if it was indeed the Scarlet Tribe, then they shouldn't take this lightly, so she ordered to increase border security and increase patrols. The Duchess quietly said she didn't believe she smelled such an unpleasant odor on her property. At the same time, the maids were dutifully cleaning the hallway, where Selina came in, saying she had come to clean the chimney. The girls asked her if she was really doing this alone, because cleaning the chimney was not an easy task, to which she replied that they must be too busy, so they could continue with their business. Selina remembered how the old sorceress gave her a package with a potion that could put even an older wolf to sleep, and then said that the girls should make a ball out of it and place it in the hearth. But as soon as she lights it, smoke will appear, which will put everyone to sleep. The woman suggested that since time was limited, she should place the sleeping drug in a suitable place so that it would spread well. The happy ex-slave decided that it was not necessary to spread the potion throughout the palace, but to do it in one of the chimneys when the human girl was in the room. Taking a small package, the girl placed it right in the center of the pile of ashes in the estate's main fireplace. Covering it with ashes, Selina hoped that no one would discover such a powerful object. Opening the antidote vial, she decided it would be better to take it in advance. After drinking it to the bottom, the girl firmly realized that it was time to get rid of the annoying girl. When night fell, the sleeping pills quickly took effect, so everyone fell asleep in the places where they were sitting. Selina quickly ran upstairs, hoping that even the older wolves had fallen asleep from the drug. Entering Alexa's room, she found Isolde sleeping peacefully in her bed. Approaching her opponent, Selina clearly enjoyed her moment of power. The maid woke up her mistress by gently hitting her with a small dagger. Upon waking, Alexa screamed because she didn't immediately realize who was in front of her. Waking from her sleep, the frightened girl asked what was happening here and why she was in her room. Seeing the knife in the maid's hand, the puppy's owner immediately understood everything, but she was afraid to move. Looking at Izzy, she was glad to find that absolutely nothing was wrong with him and that he was simply sleeping soundly. Selina sinisterly said that she was too relaxed, even though she was in a similar position. After lifting her rival from the bed, the ex-slave, threatening her with daggers, led Alexa to one of the balconies, telling her not to make any noise. Going out onto the open balcony, the puppy's owner began to ask the maid if she had done something wrong. Realizing she had reached the limit, the girl became very scared because they were still threatening her with a dagger. Dejectedly, Alexa suggested that the attacker discuss everything because she had no idea what was going on. Selina said she had nothing personal against her, that she was simply an ordinary person. And she doesn't know what to do, but there are those who want her to disappear. The girl explained that she was told she would die if she didn't kill her target in time. Alexa anxiously asked the maid to explain what all this meant, to which she replied that she had to die. Suddenly, the maid heard a strange bark coming from the hallway next to them. A trembling Isildo, very weak from the drug, appeared on the balcony threshold. Selina was surprised that the Duke's air was somehow different, because the witch said this sleeping pill would put any high-ranking wolf into a deep sleep. But he could even crawl toward them. Hearing this, Alexa asked the maid in horror what kind of drug they were talking about. The girl shouted loudly and questioningly, trying to understand what she had done to him. The puppy's owner grabbed her, trying to protect her dog, and Selina tried to escape her grip. Veins swelled on the maid's face. Her hand with the dagger trembled, but she said Alexa was arrogant human scum. Pushing her to the edge of the balcony, the ex-slave shouted that she didn't dare try to stop her with her fragile hands. Approaching her rival, the girl pushed her off the balcony, telling her to shut up and die. Falling from the highest balcony of the estate, the puppy's owner suddenly remembered her entire life, and the life before entering the novel. Selina stayed there a while longer, watching her target finally die. The girl burst out laughing with infinite joy, realizing that she would still survive. Approaching the edge of the balcony, she didn't stop laughing, but suddenly heard a firm bark behind her. Turning around, she saw the brutal Isildas running towards her, trying to tear her to pieces. Covering her face with her hands, The ex-slave remained there for several seconds. And then she realized that the wolf had jumped from the balcony. The maid thought that even a high-ranking wolf could die falling from such a height. So everything turned out great because no one saw her. Returning down the hallway, she reasoned out loud that the girl tried to calm the furious wolf cub, but now both died in an accident. Entering Alexa's room, she began making a mess to make it look like a serious battle was taking place there. While causing chaos, the girl said she had made a lot of noise in the past, but now they could take the hard road. Selena threw herbs into the fireplace to get rid of the smell, and then easily shouted that she was free. At the same time, Isildis tried with all his might to catch up with the love of his life. Alexa fainted from fear, so she didn't even see her precious puppy jumping after her. Issy decided to make sure to save her, so a mark appeared on his forehead, which gave him the opportunity to become much bigger. A transforming wolf shone brightly in the night and increased in size several times. He gently placed his owner on her back before landing calmly on the ground. Once the girl was saved, Isildis looked at her with a perplexed expression, trying to figure out if she was all right. As he approached her, he saw that a strange symbol had appeared on her forehead, and it shone very brightly. The servants woke up from the noise and immediately ran straight towards those who had fallen from the balcony. One of the guards began to ask in horror if Lord Isildis had finally woken up. The wolf growled furiously at them, thinking they were also enemies of his beloved. The guards and maids were stunned when they saw the symbols imprinted on their faces. In a slight stupor, they were still trying to figure out if he had really chosen Miss Alexa. Having regained their senses, the maid was the first to run towards them, shouting to the others that everything was all right for them, but that they should call the doctor. The guards were ordered to inspect the surroundings and look for any suspect, but that they should call Mr. Karloff first. When Isildo realized that terrible thing was behind them, he collapsed exhausted, which greatly frightened everyone around him. Alexa and Isildis were taken to the chambers, where they gradually regained consciousness. The girl woke up first, so she immediately sat up in bed because she didn't understand where she was. Leaning against the headboard, Alexa wondered why her body weighed so much. Touching her head, she noticed she needed bandages, but at the same time she felt like her head was going to explode. The only thing she remembered was falling asleep in her bed with Isildis. Turning her head to the left, the girl noticed in horror that an enormous snow-white wolf lay next to her. The animal curled up and slept peacefully next to the puppy owner's bed. The girl couldn't believe that maybe it was her Issy. Many of her thoughts were interrupted by the Duchess rushing in. The woman immediately asked how she felt and if she had any unpleasant sensations, to which Alexa replied that she was fine, but then asked what was wrong. Evlia reported that last night she and Isildis fell from the balcony, where the servants discovered them, and quickly took them to their rooms. The puppy's owner looked at her with incomprehensible eyes, trying to grasp her words. The Duchess said that no one knew what happened last night, so she asked if she remembered anything, to which the girl replied that her head started hurting as soon as she tried to recall what happened. The woman said that she shouldn't strain herself too much because she needs to rest well. Alexa asked in surprise where they put Isildis, to which Ophelia said that Wolf was him. The girl excitedly asked why he had grown so suddenly, to which she replied that for some reason his power hadn't fully awakened. The Duchess explained that she shouldn't worry, because he fell asleep after waking up. The woman said she was more worried about her than Issy, so she offered to bring her something to eat. Upon leaving the room, she ran into Grand Duke Tertian, who was wondering what Alexa had said. Ophelia said that everything had taken a complicated turn, as due to the shock, the girl couldn't remember the events of the previous night, to which she said she would ask Karloff to check if there was any trace of what happened. The Duke asked if the marks remained on their foreheads, to which the Duchess said no. She said that it is the imprint of a mate, a trait of the direct heir of the Detersian blood, that manifests once in a lifetime. This trait only appears with those whom they have recognized as life partners. And now that they have gone through the imprint, they are connected by a thread of destiny, so they will share life and death, like the Duke and Duchess. The man said that it is worth reinforcing security in the palace, because they must find the culprit for what happened as quickly as possible. He added that now Alexa is not only an important person to them, as she now shares a life with the heir of Terzian, since she has become his only mate. As soon as the Duchess left, the girl immediately fell asleep, and while sleeping, she dreamed she was fleeing from someone. She heard someone say that she must die, that she was a cheeky girl and should shut her mouth. Stopping, Alexa fell to her knees and asked an invisible voice to stop talking like that. Suddenly, she felt someone's hand on her neck, and behind her, she felt an incredible evil that was going to kill her. Waking up from a nightmare, the girl screamed that she didn't want to die in this world. Sitting up in bed, the wolf's owner managed to calm down, deciding it was just a dream. Her head was throbbing just thinking about the previous night, but she couldn't remember what had happened. Closing her eyes, she decided that these images came to her mind because of the fear she had experienced. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound made by someone next to her bed. Turning her head, Alexa saw a huge snow-white wolf in front of her with bright blue eyes. The creature tilted its head in front of her, expecting her to start scratching behind its ear. The girl asked confusedly if it was Isildis, thinking she couldn't get used to his enormous size. The wolf affectionately touched her hand with its muzzle, letting her know that it was the same puppy. Realizing he wasn't going to eat her, Alexa gently stroked his head, just as she had done before. Happy that everything was all right with him, the girl quickly hugged him and told him he was her puppy. As she immersed herself in his snow-white fur, she added that he was much fluffier now. Suddenly, the wolf started growling very loudly, which greatly frightened his mistress. The Grand Duke entered the room and said there was no need to be so alert, because he had only come to check on her condition. As soon as Alex saw him, she immediately greeted Carlyle and thanked him for his concern. The next day, Dr. Karloff himself came to examine Alex Isildis. After listening to the wolf's heartbeat, he confidently declared that his health was in excellent condition. Violet said this was a great relief for everyone, but the girl asked if there were any side effects or consequence for not fully awakening the werewolf. The man explained that there is no need to worry about this, because soon everything will return to normal. He asked her if she remembered what happened, to which she replied that her wounds were healing quite well, to which she replied that she still didn't remember anything. Violetta said that everything will soon be back to normal, so she shouldn't work too hard, but she does need to rest well. The master said he would send them medicines that were good for those wounds, but that she needed to eat well and rest, and the woman asked him to send the medicine to a room in the western part of the palace. Alexa asked why exactly there, to which she replied that her room was currently undergoing renovation. She added that upon investigating what happened, it was found that they fell from the balcony, after which they discovered that balconies are too high for a person, so they are working on covering the balcony with a glass dome. The girl horrifiedly suggested that the glass dome would be very expensive, to which Violetta said she shouldn't worry, because it was an order from His Highness. Karloff began to say that there was nothing wrong with spending a small amount of money, because now they are connected with Isildis. But before he could finish speaking, Taran's mother immediately interrupted him. She asked in a trembling voice if the doctor had another bandage for Miss Alexa. Before the woman left, the girl asked if everything was all right with the Duchess, since she was very sorry to have made them worry about this. Violetta explained that Ophelia asked her to personally take care of her and her health, since the Duchess is most likely investigating what happened now. At the same time, the wife of Grand Duke Tertian banged her fist on her office desk and asked him what he was going to do. She was worried why they wouldn't tell Alexa about the imprint, to which he replied that, according to the law, only mates could discuss this topic. Carlyle explained that although they were her parents, they shouldn't interfere in her affairs. Ophelia insisted that they shared a life, and she is a simple person and has the right to know what she got herself into, so he should discuss this quickly with them and protect them. The man said he wasn't going to hide the imprint from this little girl, but he believed she should hear it directly from Isildis because he left his imprint without her consent, so he should be responsible for his actions. He added that when he fully awakens and takes human form, he will have to explain the imprint and win Alexa's heart. The Duke said that all they had to do was protect them until the time came to show them all their cards. The Countess said that as soon as Isildis fully wakes up, he can forget about Alex. The man smiled and asked if he could forget about this girl. Carlyle explained that if this girl is in danger, he will rush to save her regardless of the situation. Moreover, the time for his awakening has not yet come, but he has already imprinted his soulmate on her, so his son will not be able to forget his beloved in the process of awakening. Duke said that wolves are much more persistent in terms of bonding than she can imagine. Looking sternly at his wife, he reminded her that she had been through this once already. Trying to change the subject, Ophelia asked how he was going to protect them, since they still hadn't found the culprit. The Duke handed her a list of the girls who worked in the palace, which Mr. Birchton had carefully compiled for him. He explained that one of the guards was the only witness to that fateful day. The guy told him that when he was standing at his post, he suddenly fell asleep. Carlyle continued saying that the guard said that before completely passing out. He saw a red-haired girl heading towards Alexa's room. The Duke declared that, based on this statement, he selected all the red-haired girls among the maids working in the castle. When his wife asked him what he was going to do, the man replied that first he would take care of watching over them. That same evening, when he came to visit Alexa and Isildis, he told them that the investigation had found evidence that someone was trying to harm them. So he asked them how they should deal with the culprit, since they were the ones who suffered the most, so that he would respect their opinion. The victim thought for a moment, but soon figured out what to do. She said that the culprit must be punished mercilessly, because she could not forgive him for harming Issy. Therefore, Carlyle now told his wife that he did not expect this from her at all, so he will follow every single maid and conduct a full investigation, since they must find the culprit and make him regret what he did. The next day, the head maid gathered all the red-haired maids in the lobby. She said they should listen to her carefully, because everyone knew very well what recently happened to the young master. And Miss Alexa, the woman said that fortunately both were safe, but after an investigation, it was learned that it was not an accident. The maid reported that a witness came forward and saw the red-haired maid heading towards Alexa's room. Upon hearing this news, Selina was very afraid that the girl might survive. The head maid said she had invited all the redheads here because each of them would be paired with a maid she would name for a while. She added that this will continue until the culprit is identified. All the suspicious maids, except Selina, began discussing the need to quickly find the criminal. After calming them down, the woman proceeded to assign maids to the suspicious maids. She turned to the maid Marcella. The head maid told her to watch Selina. At the same time, Alexa had just woken up in her new room and thought she couldn't get used to the fact that it was so luxurious. The maid who entered asked if there were any inconveniences, to which the girl replied that she liked absolutely everything. The woman said she couldn't be shy and should let her know if she needed anything. The wolf owner thought that after the accident, everyone had become too cautious. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Isildis, who lightly bit her head, hinting that they needed to play. The girl shouted that she had told him more than once that there was no need to bite hair, because it had to be put in order every time. Alexa asked him when he would return to his old form. Without answering her, he just started stroking her face, to which she realized he was asking her not to rub. The wolf owner told him that he became even more whimsical as he grew. Suddenly, a crazy idea occurred to her, and she told him there was something she wanted to do. Approaching his ear, the girl asked if he could show her his mouth upwards. Realizing what she had just asked, the wolf's owner decided that it sounded too immature. But in her opinion, anyone would want to ride such a big, snow-white wolf. And soft. After hearing her request, Isildo began to bark happily, hinting that he would be happy to do so. At lightning speed, he pressed himself against the ground, after which the girl, timidly apologizing, climbed onto his back. As soon as he stood up, she reported that she had become quite tall. After she got used to this height, he began to run quickly in a circle. The cheerful Alexa asked if it was too difficult for him to carry her on his back. Her fun was interrupted when Taran asked her what she was doing, because he still felt unwell. He added that she should get down because it was dangerous to do something like that. The maid approached him silently and told him that she was sorry to say this, but that, in the future, Alexa and Isildis would work together, so everyone on the estate, including Lord Taran, should not interfere. He politely asked if he had heard Miss Violet's announcement yesterday. The boy began to recall that his mother said that Alexa became Isildis's mate, so now he needs to stay away from her. Taran wanted to object to his mother because he also liked Alexa, but he remained silent. Upon descending from the wolf's back, the girl shouted that her friend was just worried about her. Approaching him, she thanked him for the trouble, to which he replied that she must have caused a big fuss. The boy, embarrassed, said that he did it because he likes his sister very much, and then asked her to understand him. Alexa was again tremendously surprised by such words from her friend, because he started talking this way too often. Taran had heard that Lord Isildis left his mate's imprint without permission, and if that was the case, until Alexa officially accepted the imprint, he still had a chance. A tense atmosphere formed in the room that the girl tried to dispel. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise outside the door because someone was trying to enter. Running past all sorts of guards and maids, Selina abruptly burst into Alexa's new room. The girl did not expect the main character, whom she had recently thought was a maid, to come to her so unexpectedly. Examining her target, the ex-slave thought that, judging by her reaction, she had indeed lost her memory. Seeing her opportunity, the maid fell to her knees and began begging Miss Alexa to help her. The girl said she heard there was an accident, but that she only wanted to take care of her. And apparently there was a misunderstanding, because the other maids started following me, and they didn't allow her to take care of her. Selina asked if she really wasn't her maid, and the girl also considered her a friend. Reaching out her hand, the ex-slave thought the girl was too naive and that she would help her. She assumed that since she didn't remember that night, she should take a risk. To her deepest regret, Alexa refused to help her, saying she couldn't do it. Her words didn't immediately reach the maid sitting on the floor, who had just begged her for help. The night before, Violet told her there was evidence that a red-haired maid had entered her room that night. After which, the woman asked her if she remembered anything. Recalling several moments from that night, the girl said the testimony was correct, because there was someone red-haired with her. Afterwards, her head hurt terribly, so Taran's mother asked her not to strain herself. Now Alexa trusted absolutely no one, especially the one who had misbehaved towards her in the first place. Looking at the desperate Selina, the girl asked if it was she who came to her that very night, realizing that if Alexa remembered everything, the guards would immediately grab her. The ex-slave decided to say it wasn't her, because she would never do this to her friend. Upon hearing her words, the wolf's owner stated that in this case, she should cooperate with the maid and the investigation. She added that if she did nothing it would be fine, but said she really wanted to arrest the person responsible for this case. Not wanting to look at her anymore, Alexa sternly explained that she had already said everything, so she had to leave. Sitting on the floor, Selina didn't understand if it was the girl she was supposed to kill. Suddenly, her behavior changed a lot, and she no longer seemed like an easy target. Other maids immediately ran towards the maid and started pushing her out of the room. Selina was still trying to reach Alexa's soul, but the maids managed to push her towards the door. After a while, the maid brought her herbal tea, which is very calming and improves health. The girl said she didn't expect that maid to reach the chambers and behave like that, so she reported it to the steward so she could be punished. The wolf's owner said nothing bad had happened and then asked what would happen to her now. The maid said she would be under surveillance until they caught the culprit, but that if she wanted, they could kick her out. Alexa knew it was very risky to kick her out, because even if the course of history had changed, Selina was still an important character in the novel, and she didn't know what role she would play in the future. The girl began to talk about how to act correctly in such a difficult situation. There were many villains targeting the Tertians, but there was no need to recklessly increase the number of variables. Alexa could only keep Selina close to her and constantly monitor her. Therefore, she now told the maid that there was no need to kick her out, but simply to follow her lordship's orders. After sighing deeply, Taran immediately asked her if she was all right. Turning around, the girl saw a worried Taran and Isildur standing beside her. Running towards them, she asked if they were scared, to which the boy said she should worry about herself, not about them. Taran suggested getting rid of this maid because her behavior was too suspicious, and he didn't like the way she treated her, and Alexa noticed that this was a rare case where both wolves agreed. Both had a great influence on her life, but she couldn't listen to them, so she said they would wait for now. The boy said his sister was too kind, and that was the main problem. Alexa said they shouldn't worry, because she wouldn't let her guard down again, as she had to protect both of them. Taran explained that he and Isildur were now in the process of awakening, so they had to protect her. The girl asked in surprise if his awakening had also begun, to which he replied that life with Lord Isildur was affecting him, so now they would work hard to become adults as quickly as possible. Alexa knew that was most likely the case, as soon the day arrived when both went through an awakening, just like in the original. With sadness, she realized that the time to part with them was approaching, but the main goal was for them to become wolves safely, so she said she would find a way to help them. In her subsequent medical studies, she told her professor that she wanted to study wolf ecology, so every day she told them something new. The new things basically forced them to eat enough and rest. Seeing that Taran had become even stronger, she wondered if he was feeling unwell, to which he replied that his joints were just aching. When a week passed, Isildur could return to his previous appearance, and she decided that this was due to a good rest. One evening there was a full moon, so her puppy was not feeling well. The girl suggested going to bed early, so she immediately went to change her clothes. Isildo, waiting for her return, was sitting in front of the window, through which the full moon shone. As soon as Alexa announced she was ready to sleep sweetly, the puppy immediately ran to her. The girl asked him if he really wanted to sleep with her, and then allowed him to get into bed. The puppy owner and Isildis slept peacefully in different parts of the bed, dreaming sweet dreams. Suddenly, Issy began his transformation into a human, so the entire room lit up with a bright light. Instead of a puppy, there was now a handsome blonde boy lying in bed, who could finally fully transform. Alexa, for her part, had a completely different dream that she didn't like at all. In her dream, she tried to find Issy everywhere, but he didn't answer her call. Looking in all directions, the girl tried to realize where he could have gone from her. And suddenly, she heard a joyful bark. Turning around, she ran into a man who suddenly appeared beside her. Trying to make out his face, Alexa excitedly asked who he was. The boy introduced himself as Isildis, after which she happily said that he finally managed to take his human form, and that she was very happy that his awakening went well. Taking her hand, she said she really wanted to look closer at him, to which he asked her who she was. Hugging Selena, who was beside him, Isildis asked her why she pretended not to know him. Because he only listens to the words of his beloved. The boy firmly ordered her to quickly leave his property, so he wouldn't see her again. When the girl woke up from a terrible dream, the morning sun had already set on the street. Sitting up in bed, she tried to understand why she was having a strange dream again. When Alexa was about to wake up her puppy, she saw a young man lying in bed. The girl was surprised to see a stranger lying next to her, who had somehow entered her room. As she screamed at the top of her lungs, Isildis continued to sleep peacefully. In response to her screams, a concerned maid burst into the room and asked her what happened. Sitting in a corner of the room, Alexa explained in a trembling voice that there was an unknown guy in her bed. The maid quickly called other servants for help to find out who he was. As she approached the bed, she began to angrily wonder who dared to enter Miss Alexa's chambers. Suddenly, the girl caught a rather familiar scent, and the color of his hair made her realize that it was her master. The maid told Alexa that she assumed this unknown guy was Lord Isildis. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately ran to him, overjoyed that the awakening was successful. Suddenly, she was grabbed by a maid, who told her not to approach him. The girl explained that at the moment of awakening, werewolves are not stable, and especially purebred ones. She added that at the moment they wake up, their instincts intensify, so they can destroy everything around them. The maids ushered her out of the room and told her she should stay away from the room and wait in a safe place, after which they would call her when everything had stabilized. The second maid asked Miss Alexa to follow her directly to the other room. The remaining maid asked to inform the butler that Lord Isildis had woken up. Some time later, the Duke and Duchess rushed into Karloff's office and asked the doctor if their son had really woken up. The man greeted them calmly, and the boy on his sofa began to slowly turn towards them. When he got up from his seat, he smiled happily at his parents and wished them good morning. Carlyle asked if he really felt normal, because not much time had passed since he woke up. He asked the doctor if he had any side effects, to which he replied that fortunately his health was fine, and he could even fully control his energy. The man also said that Isildis did not lose his memory, which greatly surprised the boy's parents. Karloff told the Duke that this was the second unusual case after his own, because he also remembered everything in great detail. The Duke stated that something inexplicable had happened to him and his son, so it was worth keeping it a secret until they found out why. Isildis interrupted them, saying that he really wanted to meet the beloved Alexa. Ophelia said that she had just woken up, so she should rest, and Carlyle added that the consequences of waking up could harm others. They both agreed that he should stay away from her until his condition stabilized, to which the boy replied that he could not allow such a thing to happen in front of Alexa. It is normal for wolves to be attached to their marked mates, but Isildis was able to leave his mark even before awakening, and he was also able to advance his awakening at will. The Duke was surprised that he was able to retain all his memories, so he suggested that his feelings for her were much stronger than he imagined, after which he said he would run a couple of tests and allow them to meet if it was normal. His son asked for appropriate clothing to be prepared for him while they ran their investigation. He explained that he really wanted to make a good impression when meeting Alexa. At the same time, the girl sat down embarrassed in another room, hugging her knees with her hands. She assumed that since he finally woke up, he most likely wouldn't remember her. The girl was preparing for this, but she was still confused about whether that dream would happen again, because she didn't like not being there at all. Suddenly, someone entered the room, so she quickly turned around and asked the person entering who he was. A calm male voice said that it was her same puppy named Issy. Alexa had imagined the moment that would eventually come many times. She knew that one day she would see her sweet puppy wake up safe and sound and turn into a worthy man. But when she saw him, she would realize that he didn't remember her at all. The girl assumed she would be very sad, but she would never cry and would happily say goodbye to him. But now in front of her, there was a man she wasn't entirely ready to say goodbye to. Alexa, embarrassed, couldn't believe it was him lying in her bed. She understood that since he was the main character in a romantic fantasy, it was a fact that he would be handsome. But in reality, it turned out he was beautiful. The girl thought that when he was a puppy, he looked very cute, but now this feeling has completely disappeared. The boy closed the door behind him, after which he started moving towards her, wondering if she was really so surprised that he suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Alexa remembered that he shouldn't remember anything. But why did he know her name? The girl thought that he probably overheard that she was taking care of him, and that's why he came to say hello. Remembering her nightmare, she feared he would tell her to stay away from his life. Therefore, Alexa now politely greeted the young master, after which she congratulated him on his successful awakening. Trying to hold back tears, she revealed that she was the one who served him when he was a puppy. Isolde started approaching her even faster, and then gently took her hand to calm her down. With an air of smugness, he brought her hand to his cheek and then gently stroked her face. The boy, embarrassed, asked her if she remembered how much she liked it when he was petted. Alexa happily realized that this was the same tenderness she loved so much when he was a puppy. Not daring to hold back her tears any longer, the girl burst into tears and asked him if he really remembered everything. He explained that he remembered absolutely everything, to which she asked him if he really remembered how they spent time together. The boy said that she constantly asked him not to forget, which made her very happy. Leaning close to her face, he added that for that reason there would be no separation. Alexa honestly admitted that she imagined they would eventually go their separate ways. Now, happy that everything was in order, she ran cheerfully into his arms. Hugging her tighter, the boy promised her that from now on he would not forget everything that happened that night, so she had nothing to worry about or need to cry. Taran knocked on the door saying he needed to come in with her, to which she wanted to open the door immediately. The guy continued saying that he heard Isolde had finally woken up, and then he pulled on the doorknob for a long time. Isolde took Alexa's hand, preventing her from going to the main door to let her friend in. The girl asked him why he was behaving this way, because it was Taran she needed to let in. The boy asked her to stay with him, at least for this moment, to which she replied that she would simply ask him to come back. Isolde said that this was their first meeting after his awakening, so she should only be with him. Alexa couldn't resist the sparkle in his puppy eyes, so she agreed to stay with him this time. The girl said that he would also go with her to apologize to his friend. Looking at her, he thought she was very beautiful, that her legs could also swing easily, and that she was weak for cute things, so he took advantage of it very actively. Isolde tilted his head towards her and then asked her to praise him. Stroking his head, she wondered why he still acted like a puppy. The boy decided that he would remain like this forever, if thanks to this he could hear her heart. He dreamed that they would be with her forever, mother, so he declared that she must continue favoring him. Their first meeting was watched by a large black crow, sitting on a tree branch. Its eyes were bright red, and also reflected everything that was happening in the room. With the help of a crow, Alexa was observed by a witch who cursed Selena, saying that she finally brought her to the castle, but couldn't get rid of even one girl. The woman reasoned that wolves weren't stupid either, so she decided she couldn't use the slave anymore. The witch realized that to get revenge, she needed to start acting as quickly as possible. A moment later, her appearance changed to that of Luella, and she assumed this couldn't continue, so she would have to intervene. Sometime later, Isolde and Alexa were studying in the training room, but the boy was looking uncontrollably at his beloved. When he got as close as possible to her, the girl asked him if he was going to read a book. Izzy replied timidly, that's exactly what he was doing, and then asked her why she asked that question. He said that the page hadn't changed, and he also added that the seat was very small and uncomfortable, so she should sit somewhere else. The boy, annoyed, asked her if he was bothering her, to which she replied negatively. Alexa thought that when he was a puppy, he wanted to be together all the time, and she understood that feeling perfectly. When he completed his transformation, he continued doing the same, but now she treated him completely differently. Every time she asked him to respect her boundaries, he looked at her with pity and asked her if he had made her angry. Alexa always replied that everything was wrong, but she thought that the face of the main male character in a romantic fantasy was just something. Now Isildis hugged her tightly and declared that she was obliged to stay close to him. The girl decided she shouldn't think about that, because if she kept thinking about him in a romantic way, everyone would think she was strange. Every day he always followed her tail, constantly asking where she was going. At meals, Isildis told the servants that he would eat the same thing Alexa eats. And one day, Taran and Isildis couldn't divide her between them, because everyone wanted to get her attention. When she managed to escape them, hiding in her room, it was already night. Falling to the floor, the girl screamed desperately that it was very difficult for her to live like this between two handsome boys. She tried to reason that Isildis most likely had the affection of a companion dog, because he started clinging to her even more. Getting up from the floor, the girl decided that being next to an adult boy was much more exhausting. And then she wondered if she really had to teach him how to deal with separation anxiety. Her thoughts were interrupted when Isildis entered and asked her what she was doing. He pulled a pillow from behind his back and said he had come to sleep with her. Showing the item, the boy stated that he had brought his pillow especially for this, to which she yelled at him to immediately leave her room. The next morning, Violet and Evlia heard Alexa's story about how tired she was of her sons. A tired girl asked them to help her placate two growing wolves. She added that she ended up sending Isildis away, but feared he might do it again. So she asked her mother to convince him that it wasn't worth doing. The Duchess apologized for this situation, and she herself wondered how she could do this to Alexa, who understood nothing. The woman realized with horror that the girl wasn't a wolf at all, so everything seemed strange to her. Sighing deeply, Euphyllia noticed that he was acting just like his father, but she said he should be more careful after turning into a human. The woman confidently stated that she would speak to him seriously, so Alexa shouldn't worry. Hearing such cheerful words, the girl sincerely thanked her for her help. The Duchess politely said goodbye to her, telling her she could be calm and be herself again. From behind the curtain came her restless son, whom she asked if he had heard everything. She added that she was officially on Alexa's side in this matter, to which he replied that he was too. Smiling sweetly, he said he would never do anything that could harm Alexa. After visiting the Duchess, the girl went to the Grand Duke because he ordered her to be brought. Sitting in front of him, Alexa asked why he called her so unexpectedly. The man said that Tertian plans to enter into a contract to obtain and use one of the largest private armies, so he would like to know her opinion on the matter. Having heard about the private army, she realized she had a chance to personally show the Duke that she saw the future. In the original, Isildis lost his parents to the Emperor and declared war on him. It was also mentioned that he was looking for a private army to prepare himself. But at that time, the contract was concluded by the Full Moon Private Army, which provided great support in the war with the imperial family. The girl briefly thought that, as expected, their destinies had changed significantly, but the plot flow remained the same. She asked the Duke if there was any special reason why he was looking for a private army, to which he replied that through a private army, they could hear the news faster and enrich the combat heritage. Looking at the proposal, she wondered if they were planning a war or something dangerous. He explained that he and the imperial family had a conflict, but there would be no battle, because everyone was already tired of past wars, so they couldn't repeat them. Alexa said she understood perfectly, and then said that she thought the Full Moon Private Army was very good. The Duke asked if their scale was too small, to which she replied that they were different from an ordinary private army. She reported that the Full Moon Private Army and the night species were associated with the elves, so she thought they would fit perfectly with them. The man listened to her attentively and thought for a while, reflecting on her words. A few minutes later, he said he was glad he asked for her opinion because he was willing to sign a contract with them. Sitting in her room, the girl combed her hair and said she was very surprised by the sudden matter of a private army. But she believed that the Full Moon Army would help the Tertians get richer, so the Emperor would have to act. Carefully, putting the comb back in place, Alexa decided to find a way to strengthen Tertian so that there would be no need to start a war. Her thoughts were interrupted by Isildis's voice, who was interested in what she was doing. Turning her head towards the door, she saw a boy there, asking him if he could come in with her for a while. because he needed to talk about something. Alexa hospitably served him tea, while the boy said the drink had a pleasant aroma. The girl said she was very happy that he liked it, while thinking that his face was healing her, after which she quickly tried to chase this thought away. She asked him what he wanted to talk about with her, to which he sighed deeply. Placing a teacup on the table, he said he had actually come to apologize to her. The boy explained that he heard from his mother that she felt very uncomfortable because of him. He added that he should have been more careful after turning human, but the desire to be together came first. But at the same time, he could have been more attentive to her. Seeing how sincerely he was apologizing, the girl thought she was seeing the face of a guilty puppy again. Isildis knelt in front of her, to which she told him it wasn't worth kneeling in front of her. The boy sensually asked her if she could forgive him for such rudeness. He said he didn't want her to hate him at all, so he asked her to forgive him. The girl looked at him, confused, and told him that she could never hate him. Resting his head on her feet, Issy told her he was very grateful for those words, and then added that lately he had been having nightmares. In his dream, he saw that they were playing and having fun together, just as they used to when he was a puppy. So Alexa started hating him for some reason every time he became human. At the end of the nightmare, the girl constantly disappeared from Isildis's life without saying a word. Taking her hand, he told her he was afraid that one day she would leave him and go somewhere far away. After which, he asked her if he could be with her like before. Seeing how worried the boy was, the girl couldn't hide her embarrassment and worry. The hand with which he held her was constantly trembling during his story, for fear of losing her. She thought that perhaps Isildis was lost, because he didn't realize that she was pushing him away. Because she was not used to his human appearance, the girl decided that, regardless of his appearance, the boy would always be someone important to her. Patting him on the head, Alexa apologized for not realizing, so she told him that from now on, everything would be the same as before. Self-satisfied, Isildis listened, as she spoke, that even if his appearance had changed, he remained the same Issy. The boy got up from his knees and thanked her for her understanding, after which he said he really appreciated it. As soon as she refused to let him sleep in the same bed, he immediately switched to cute puppy mode, saying that he wouldn't have nightmares by her side. Alexa quickly gave in, saying this would be the only time, but in return he would have to do what she told him. The girl placed a row of pillows between them so that neither would cross them. Isildo didn't sleep well, so in the middle of the night he asked her if she was asleep yet. Hearing no answer, he began to gently remove a lock of hair from her face and thought that she had heard him after all. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, the boy was glad that she was by his side. Taking a lock of hair in his hands, he decided to smell it, as the last time he did this was when he was a puppy. At the same time, in the imperial palace, Thiles asked the butler to try murmuring the report again. The man said in a trembling voice that there was no contact with the spies who had infiltrated Tertian, and that those they had lured had been driven out. The butler, at his own responsibility and risk, said that the heir of Terjanov underwent an awakening. The guy angrily asked if these insect-like subordinates, who couldn't do anything right, really had a full-fledged heir. The servants reported that everything happened because somehow his condition was corrected. The tired emperor asked what had happened to the 9th prince, to which the butler replied that the Tersians continued to deny him a visit because they did not have the support necessary to obtain permission. The emperor raised his voice again, saying that these arrogant bastard wolves dare to do such a thing. He said he couldn't stand it anymore, so they had to call Gideon. Tails explained that it was time for an urgent and thorough cleanup. The butler bowed fearfully to his emperor and said he would definitely pass on the order. Pressing his face with his palm, the emperor thought he should have done this from the beginning. The imperial family still had no heir, so they could easily get rid of him. Drawing his dagger from its sheath, angry Tiles said that these damned dogs love things that don't belong to them. So this time, he would wipe the smile off their faces. After some time, a man appeared in the imperial palace, whom they said killed people mercilessly, and that he could carry out any order from his majesty. The aristocrats wondered why the emperor sent such a person to the palace, to which others assumed he was monitoring Grand Duke Tertian. No one could believe that the angry young emperor was capable of ordering the execution of his subjects. The ladies discussed that Grand Duke Tertian was defending his borders, to which the other said she didn't believe His Majesty would betray the hero of the nations. The stranger calmly listened to all the conversations about him and the emperor, but soon the butler called him. The man said that His Majesty the Emperor was waiting, so he should go to him. Upon entering, the man introduced himself as Gideon, and that he was a humble man who had arrived immediately after receiving his orders. Smiling sweetly, he asked how His Majesty was, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry him. Tiles quickly moved from small talk to action and handed him the sealed envelope with the task. He explained that inside was a fake passport and trade certificate, and then added that he was heading to Tertian. Gideon asked what he could do for him in the lands of the wolf tribe. The emperor ordered him to bring him the head of the only heir of Tertian. He said that this beast dares to look down on people, so he must teach the arrogant duke a lesson. Gideon thought for a moment and said that it was quite difficult to obtain the head of the Grand Duke's heir, but he thought he could do it for His Majesty. The man said that he only has one person in mind, so he is sure they can use a person cursed by the wolf god, who is a member of the Scarlet Tribe. At the same time, Karloff said that the main characteristic of the wolf tribes is sticking together with their blood relatives. He also said that they did not have much communication, after which he noticed that only Alexa was listening to him. Finishing his thought, the man said that they had a lot to worry about. Karloff asked the students to give him a solution to this problem, to which she said they should hold a festival in Tertian's territory. She added that she thought it would help everyone bond naturally, as she believed starting new relationships and nurturing them was a good idea. The teacher said it wasn't that they didn't try, but because of the rejection of human culture. It wasn't easy. Isildis recalled that today, the younger generation is more interested in the culture of the people. He said that many wolves often want to visit human lands because it was new to them. The teacher suggested that if they held a festival in honor of the Duke's victory, the older generation would like it too. Sniffing her hair again, Issy asked her what she thought about this, because he was completely sure that everyone would like the festival she was organizing. While the girl asked the Duke's heir to stop doing this, Karloff pondered her words. He knew that people already knew that Isildis had awakened, and also that he was showing great interest in the human girl who raised him. Therefore, he was confident that many would come to meet her, and this would be the ideal debut of the young master in society. The teacher said it was a great idea, so he would propose the festival to the Duke, after which he asked her if she would take charge of the organization, to which the boy replied that they could promote the positive part of the people's culture and allow people to socialize. Alexa confusingly asked her friend, Taran, what he thought about this. The boy affectionately said that his sister would surely handle all the tasks. Isildis severely reminded him not to interfere between him and Alexa, to which Taran replied that he was enraged by his feigned calmness in his presence. Seeing sparks flying from their eyes, Karloff suggested ending the lesson there. He stopped the girl, telling her that he had bought a book about the myths and origins of the wolf tribe, which she had requested. The teacher added that he brought it because she asked for it, but in his opinion, it would be too difficult for one person. Looking at the book, the girl said that if she didn't understand something, she would definitely ask him, and she decided that she needed to prepare for the future, because if the story differed from the original, thanks to the book she could cope with it. While flipping through the pages of the new book, she suddenly realized that it would be much more difficult than the ones she had read before. Seeing a small excerpt written about the Scarlet Tribe, Alexa asked why he tore the page out of the book and what the Scarlet Tribe was. The man abruptly said that there was nothing wrong with it and tore out the page because the information was useless, after which he completely tore the page out of the book. The girl tried to stop him, but it was too late, so she immediately returned the book to him. The girl realized that, judging by his reaction, his tone was definitely trying to hide something. At that moment, Selena was sweeping the yard on the street and thinking that she would soon die from endless work. She told her supervisor that she could finish by herself, so the girl could go first and rest, to which she replied that they would finish together and go to rest. The ex-slave with a feigned smile asked if they really couldn't rest separately, to which the maid replied sternly, no. Gripping the broom even tighter, Selena thought she needed to do something so they wouldn't suspect her. The girl unexpectedly decided to simply run away, posing as a gate guard, after which she realized that they would find her quickly. Finding herself at a mental dead end, she tried to find at least some way to get out of the property, but she had no idea what would happen if she stayed here any longer. Her thoughts were interrupted by a young man who approached and asked her if her name was Selena. To her affirmative answer, he said that she was exactly the one he was looking for. In front of her was a well-dressed man who kept repeating that he was looking for her. A little embarrassed, the girl asked him who he was and why he was looking for her. The stranger began to explain who he was, but suddenly started to fall. Instead, Luella appeared in front of the maid, who said she hadn't seen Selena in a long time. The woman jokingly said that her beloved aunt had come to see her in person. Then the witch mysteriously asked how her beloved niece was. The matron sternly asked the maid if this woman was really her aunt. Suddenly, a mysterious fog appeared around the girl, so she began to lose consciousness. A couple of moments later, the maid was lying on the floor, and Selena was asking worriedly what was wrong with her. The witch said that this little wolf was making too much noise, so she knocked her out. The ex-slave screamed that if anyone caught them, they would both die. Luella threw the bottle at her and said it was a memory eraser, so they wouldn't remember anything when they woke up. The woman slyly said that it was very amusing for her to watch how the girl trembled because of this. Selena quickly tried to give the maid a potion, while her mistress wondered if she had really become a wolf servant. Because she was pathetic and incompetent, the angry girl said she became like this only because of her lover, who forced her to work on the estate. She added that she has great power to control people and erase their memories, besides many skills. After this, the girl loudly asked why she was doing this to her, lacking strength. Laughing, the sorceress said that stupid people were too much trouble for her, clenching her fist, making the snake on her hand start to hurt again. She reminded the girl who her real master was. The witch said that if she could, she would do everything herself and get rid of incompetent people like her. But strength has a limit. The woman explained that this is why people like her are used, after which she stated that this time, she must do everything right. Luella mockingly wondered what was so difficult about killing a small human girl. Selena said there were too many people behind the girl and then asked the witch to help her. The maid promised that this time she would do her best to kill Alexa. The witch said she would take care of those who were constantly near the girl. And then she gave her a bottle of poison. Taking the bottle in her hands, Selena asked what it was, to which the woman replied that it was a deadly poison. Luella jokingly explained that this would be the last time she gave her a chance. She added that the girl shouldn't disappoint her, but should do her job well, thus proving that it is worth keeping her alive. At the same time, Alexa and Taran were reading books, and Isolde was only pretending to read with them. But in reality, he constantly looked at Alexa. Approaching her, he asked if this book was really so interesting, to which she replied that the text was a bit complicated. But that was normal. The girl read the original story of the Tersians, which began in olden times, when only the sunlight existed. It was then that the brightest one looked from the sky towards the chaotic world. There was a wolf god, Defensors, who had beautiful fur as white as snow, besides bright blue eyes. He watched the world below him, where one day he saw a girl named Lunela, after which he fell in love with her. Defensors decided to become human so he could be with her forever, so he descended through the night and the moon, creating a rich world full of harmony and light. A little later he began to transfer his strength and will. This is how the darkness tribes settled on Earth. Alexa was glad she had read about it, because now that she knew the myth, she could prepare for anything, even without knowing the original story. Isolde pitifully asked her how long she would keep reading the book, because he was terribly bored. The girl explained to him that she needed to find the reason for his early awakening, so he had to sit quietly. Taran intervened in their strange conversation, addressing his sister with respect. He timidly said that he wanted to tell her that he would soon turn 15, and thought that by then his awakening would be over. Hearing such good news, the girl started sincerely congratulating him on such an event. Alexa asked how much he would grow, but then said he would become really cool. She suddenly remembered that when her friend turned 15, in the original story, the emperor sent mercenaries to damage his eye. The girl couldn't believe she almost missed it because she was busy with other things. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door, after which the maid said they were looking for her. She added that the order to find her was given by the Grand Duke to his lordship. After some time, she was already standing near the Duke's office, the door of which was opened by a dark elf. He smugly declared that she could go to the office, where they were already waiting for her. Alexa was a little confused because she had never seen a dark elf in person before. The stranger said softly that he was very pleased to meet her. He said that from now on, he would work in collaboration with the Tersians, and he also said that his name was Armis, and that he was the owner of the Blue Lagoon trading post. The girl kindly said that she was also very happy to meet you, and then stated her name. In the original, the skin of the elves was described as dark blue, but Alexa was very skeptical about this. The wolf tribes were similar in appearance to people, but when she saw the elf, she realized she was in a fantasy world. The Duke suggested that Armis surprised her greatly, to which she said that she was seeing the elf for the first time. Carlyle told her that elves were something rare in human lands, but now they could be seen more often. Armis explained that he avoids people more diligently than wolves, but he will not be rude to her. Addressing the Duke, the elf told him that with his permission he would leave, to which the Duke said that they had worked hard. Alexa was confused, so she asked if the Grand Duke was looking for her to talk about trade. Adjusting his glasses, the man cheerfully explained that this time he had called her for something different. He said that Karloff told him about her idea for the festival, which he found quite good. Because the theme of the festival was to celebrate victory, console bereaved families, and sell local food, the Duke added that this could improve relations between residents, so he was eager to assign her to the festival organizers. The man asked her if he shouldn't be dismissed if she had invented it. Smiling sweetly, Carlyle suggested that she shouldn't overthink it, but just do it. Now that Isildis and Alexa are united as companions, she will become Grand Duchess in the future. The Grand Duke believed this would be an excellent opportunity to assess her capabilities as the next Grand Duchess. The man added that he would assign Mr. Burston and Armis to help her, to which she thought she couldn't believe that she would be the organizer of such a large event, which she proposed as a class assignment. She was still a little worried, because it was the first time that an idea from the original story, but her own, was accepted, so she decided to plan a festival that would cheer everyone up. The Duke said he would call her again as soon as the schedule was set, so she could be free. Alexa knew she had to tell Carlyle something about the immediate future. The girl loudly announced that this time she saw a very bad future. The man, confused, asked her what exactly she had seen this time and what she wanted to warn him about. He said he saw strangers with mercenary equipment attacking Terzian. Alexa reported that these people attacked Terran and damaged his eye, after which she asked if they could somehow prepare so that no one would get hurt. The Duke thought for a moment, because there weren't many people capable of attacking Terzian. He understood that his only enemy was the stupid emperor, who was again trying to give him a big gift. Carlyle reassured her, telling her that he would definitely fix it, to which she replied with gratitude. The Grand Duke said she shouldn't worry, because she needed to focus on preparing for the festival. As soon as she left the Duke's office, Mr. Bierson immediately ran there. The man was very breathless from running, so he took a breath for a moment. Bierson rushed up to the Duke and hastily informed him that they were having very big problems. He explained that a witch calling herself Scarlet Flame had appeared in their territory. Birchen said horrified that the woman was furious and she couldn't placate her. The Duke asked, bewildered, how could she end up in his protected land? Angrily, he asked what the knights had been doing all this time for her to penetrate them. The man replied that when the knights tried to stop her, she sprinkled a strange powder. So everyone fell asleep, as if they had fallen asleep. Birchen added that the witch said the big Terzian event will happen like last time, but this time she will kill all the tops, to which the Grand Duke stated that if this power is capable of making everyone fall asleep, then it may be related to Alexa's incident. The man ordered his friend to bring his sword and tell the knights to be ready because he would kill her with his own hands. At the same time, the girl was walking calmly down the hallway. She thought she should discuss the festival plan with Eitzi. She heard strange sounds coming from the courtyard, so she decided to look out the window. Many knights, dressed in full uniform, gathered near the estate. She was interested in the question of what happened, and they had to gather everyone. Alexa quickly ran to her room, reasoning that something might have happened to Isildis or Terran. In the middle of the corridor, she stopped because a familiar girl appeared in front of her. Looking up, she saw that standing in her way was none other than Selina herself. The ex-maid sinisterly announced that they unexpectedly met her again. The girl was a little bewildered because she did not expect to see her in such a place and at such a time. The maid bowed and said she had come to apologize because she was to blame for many things. Alexa said that this was nothing wrong, but she herself tried to understand what she was doing. Selina said that she had been disrespectful all along, but that recently she had seriously thought about her actions. She said that as a half-breed orphan, she was destined to live a miserable life. But when she arrived at the castle, She saw how well everyone treated Lady Alexa, so she kept thinking about it once. And again, because she was overcome by anger. Why? Due to feelings of inferiority. The girl said that Alexa was always kind to her, so being jealous was the wrong decision. The puppy's former owner couldn't help but wonder if she really said this from the bottom of her heart. The ex-slave added that she didn't believe at all that Miss Alexa would forgive her. But she spoke sincerely. Hearing a familiar voice, Isildis opened the door of the room and told Taran that it was her. Extending his hand to her, he asked how the conversation with his father went, after which he offered to return with them. Realizing the maid they both hated, Taran asked her what she was doing here, to which the girl replied that Selena apologized to her. Isildis quickly stood between them and said that she clearly shouldn't be in this corridor. The ex-slave said that she understood exactly what he meant, and then confirmed that she apologized to Miss Alexa before it was too late. The boy said that initially it wasn't worth doing anything so as not to apologize later. And then he said that he immediately wanted to kick her out, but he only endured it for Alexa, after which he told her to go back where she came from. Closing the door in front of her, the boys didn't allow her to say a word to the hated maid. The next day, they sat in the park, where the knights informed them that they had found the attackers. The man said that last night, a red-haired witch appeared who used magic to turn the slums into mush. He also admitted that she was the culprit of the incident in the palace. He said that the knights quickly arrived at the scene, but he missed everything because of her charms. Isildis asked him to tell him all the details as soon as they caught the criminal. Alexa again wondered if Selena really had something to do with it, since she didn't seem guilty that day. So she also came to apologize. The girl decided that most likely she had simply misunderstood her from the beginning. Noticing her thoughtful face, the boy asked her what she was thinking about at that moment. He said that, in his opinion, he had misunderstood the maid, because he tried to stay away from her because he thought she was a criminal. But it turned out that he was too quick to jump to conclusions. Isildis explained that in the current situation, this girl was the most suspicious, so he needed to keep his distance until everything was resolved. And Taran said tiredly that Alexa was too trusting. He added that it is still unknown whether this witch is the real culprit. Deciding to distract her from bad thoughts, Issy suggested talking about the upcoming festival. He reminded her that they should make plans for her debut ceremony. Taran cheerfully declared that he would help them with all his might, and the dissatisfied Isildis asked him to leave them alone. The two wolves again began to fight among themselves, and the girl hoped that in time they would catch the culprit. She decided that she needed to focus on something else now, so she informed them that she had a plan. That same night, many people crossed the gates of Tersian's territory. The guards carefully checked everyone who passed by presenting an ID document. Gideon approached one of the guards and handed him the necessary papers to enter. The cheerful boy said that here are the necessary documents for him and his brother. The guard ordered his brother to remove his hood and show his face so he could check it thoroughly. Noticing his strange look, the man involuntarily became shy, after which he asked what was wrong with him. Gideon explained that it looks very dangerous, but in reality, he is a very good guy. The guard asked why they came to the city, to which the boy replied that he heard the Duke's family was looking for talents, so they came because it was an opportunity to open trade with Tersian. The incredulous guard still let them pass because he considered their answers convincing. One of the wolves smelled a strange and terrible smell of death coming from those passing by. He covered his nose with his hand, thinking that maybe he was just imagining things. The newcomers settled in a nearby hotel, where they were provided with a free room. Gideon asked his partner if it would be easy for them to achieve what they wanted for the emperor. Looking at the silent man in the cloak, he asked if he was willing to kill wolves. The man turned to him and told him that he was ready to do it at any time of the day or night. Gideon handed him a flyer with the schedule of the upcoming festival, and then told him that they could start right away. Taking the paper in his hands, the cloaked man realized that since it was taking place on the estate, it meant that all the people would be present. The emperor's confidant asked if this wouldn't be the best time to attack the Duke's heir. The man in the trench coat said that this was a great option to fulfill their plans. He added that it would indeed be a good day to break this immature wolf's neck.